Greetings, adventurers, and welcome to another episode of Beyond Bilica. This episode will be taking us not only into the future to come, as session will be a session of intrigue, of trial, of investigation, of combat, of estimating an adventurer. And in so doing, we will be starting in truth, in the middle of the story, with combat already ready to ensue. And we'll be investigating what we uh, take the blow by blow of this amazing trial, mostly by combat, to come. That being said, I would like to make sure that all of our players, and for those who might be listening at home, to just take into consideration some of the homebrew rules that we will be uh, kind of playing with today. Um, and so before we start in earnest, before we get a uh, a nice diatribe from our bard Argus, um, I'd like us I'd like to share my screen here for a second and uh, take you into the uh, 40 some odd page document. Wow! Of Beyond Bilica. From spelljamming specializations to astral crafting. So, as many of our players know, there is a handy dandy little directory over here, and after getting through some of these core concepts of the world of Bilica and beyond, uh, there is a portion here that talks about astral specializations. Now, as our story unfolds, our intrepid adventurers will be gaining some specializations in certain skills that not only line up with core functions of societies out here in the void, but also will line up with future spelljamming abilities. Uh, the keen-eyed and keen-eared of you may have seen some intriguing abilities portrayed by some of our players. Uh, for example, uh, Theo and Iniko uh, and Tad, just to name a few. Um, and as people will be gaining work sessions, which are these kind of 3 hour time stamps dedicated towards specialization, uh, they will be becoming one of these kind of six uh, specializations here and gaining abilities to boot. Now, these are separate from your standard character leveling in the D&D rules set here. And at least as of right now, though this might change in the future, this is the kind of total work sessions required to advance. So there will be much greater time jumps in the future, weeks at a time, in which these will truly come into action. Um, but for right now, it's 20 work sessions to become an apprentice in one of these, and then 80, which includes the 20 from before, uh, to become a journeyman, and so on and so forth. And in each of those uh, specializations, there is abilities related. Um, now, the kind of non of the world characters might not truly understand the scope of all of this, but as we will be starting to kind of truly do the work session rules system and integrate it into the game with the flashbacks to come in this session, I want to make sure that all players are at least somewhat aware, even if their characters are not, of how all of that works. Um, in addition, there are astral trades that can be partaken in, which uh, each astral trade is related to an artisan's tools, has its specific modifier that it is correlated to, um, and some checks for its rarity and things. And according to the six rules of crafting, which you should just read on your own, you can make various different crafting resources due to all of the stuff herein and below. Um, and in crafting this, that can count towards the related specialization above. Um, And for those of you who I may have talked to about this before, uh, we take into consideration kind of showing that system to to everybody here today with the work sessions that we do. That being said, we can you can still gain work sessions the same way that you have in throughout the game so thus far. Um, but these kind of more dedicated uh, times are when we should really be thinking about that. Okay. Um, awesome. So that's a little view into the back end of this game here. Um, but as we venture into the front end of the game, um, I'd like to first off set the scene here. Okay, give me a second to change the map and make sure that everybody can see stuff. Mhm. Okay, can everybody but Theo see things? Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, we want to
Same.
focus ping down here for sure.
Kind of crazy, but
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay. Um, so Argus, as being uh the one of the key players of the Aft Menagerie from last session, but also being our kind of our audience's steward into this story. Um, we start today's episode with um with what you hear and perceive as we are now 21 hours in the future from where we have last left off. We are in the next day, which I currently don't have the date up for, but I believe it's either the 4th or 5th of Delphi, if I might correct myself later on that. And the last session we managed to have the newly named Aft Menagerie group put on first on the docket for an adventurer's trial. Um, and now 21 hours later, we are here at noon, um, ready and 1 minute away from the beginning of our trial. Um, so Argus, as you are kind of looking around the room here, you take in some aspects of the scenery. So, how about you give me a perception check, please?
Right?
After I describe what surrounds you, uh, maybe you can take us in by breaking the fourth wall a little bit, if you so choose. Okay. In this confusing moment of narrative time jumping and also just the kind of butterflies in your chest of this trial to come to prove the name that you've kind of uh, maybe been given or at least have been trying to uh, you know maintain. You only roll an 11 on your perception checks here, but you do find that you are in this antechamber, and to your right there is a uh, a um, a giant adamantium portcullis um, that looks upon a an etch bubble of sorts of weird floating masses that is slightly obscured um, by the kind of skittering blue energy across the bubble's surface. Um, but right now, we aren't exactly looking towards the future. This whole narrative is set up to kind of look towards the past a little bit. And as we look backwards, we see the rest of the After Menagerie. We see Muukhs there in their armor. We see Hutar brandishing their weaponry, and we see Iniko on Muukhs' shoulder, maybe. And Arizo and Tad are there, each of which uh, has a jade-studded golem hand forcefully but not aggressively uh, holding their shoulders as this gallant golem that kind of holds presence in this room, uh, like robotically, uh, kind of says, "The trial will start in 1 minute. You have 1 minute to counsel with your two allowed non-adventure plus ones. Uh, your time begins now." And uh, as the golem kind of like robotically lets go of the shoulders of Arizo and Tad, having just brought them in through this kind of one Arcano door uh, back here, which uh, uh, is, a little bit of a magical doorway of sorts. With an 11, you look back into the room that you kind of hastily walked into just recently, and you do see that strewn about are various weapons and supplies and things that seemingly are at at your disposal to pick and choose from. Though you do only have 1 minute to kind of deal with these things. And there might be better uses of your 1 minute of time, given that initiative will start in truth after that. Um, Cool. Well, that's all the description I'm going to give with your 11 on the perception roll. As the camera kind of zooms into over Argus's shoulder here uh, and back towards the more character-focused action, what is Argus up to? What does Argus look like in this moment? Um, and yeah, take it away.
Argus takes in a deep breath as he hears the crowds starting to chant through the portcullis. He sort of realizes this is it. This is where he proves to everyone what he's worth. Where one of his many names becomes established. Um, Argus is. Can the audience see us through the portcullis yet, or are we still shrouded?
Uh, you aren't sure with that 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Argus is donned with a bright red cape that he has fashioned from various bits and bobs found throughout the Mizar Bazaar. He was told that it was a photon something or other. Really, all he wanted was something to show off his flair. Um, he on the inside of the cape has sewn in a number of hidden pockets, very useful for smuggling key items into and out of places you're not supposed to have them. Um, he while he was out had heard that certain certain trinkets or others may be useful in the trials to come. On the outward facing side of this cape is a brightly fashioned flaming oak leaf. Um, this is the symbol Argus has elicited, a combination of the symbol of Hofborough and his own handiwork. Um, Argus steps into the group, kind of forms a huddle, and queries around. So, what did everybody find out? What are we walking into here?
Does Argus take the time to address the audience before that, or no?
No, actually, Argus has
Okay,
been extremely busy focusing
got it.
on the trials to come. So busy, in fact, that he didn't even have time to recap and add to his uh, ongoing opus of the events of Bilica.
Nice. As we go into this huddle, before we come back to Argus for what Argus is going to be doing for the entire 1 minute leading up to the portcullis opening, can we go around in a circle here as we're having a little huddle? And can everybody, starting with Argus, tell me, one, have you slept a long rest in the past uh 21 hours? And two, Do you look like your standard character art, or are you wearing anything specific? Uh, so Argus, take it away. You kind of already described your vestige, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So Argus did sleep a full night, um, and then afterwards went into the Bazaar, came back. Pat spent however many remaining work sessions patching up
Well,
and
we will experience all of that work sessions. I just need to know if you have exhaustion right now or not.
no,
Yes.
Argus is not exhausted.
Okay. Hutar, what are you sporting? And have you slept?
Uh, I've slept.
Okay.
Um, I mean, I look like I normally do.
Okay.
I'm not disguised.
Okay. No disguises. And Hutar looks like he normally does, and he has slept. Okay. Mooks, what about you?
I mean, I'm assuming he slept.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
you gotta lock it in now because that determines how many work sessions you have at your disposal for
Yeah.
flashbacks in the future. But it also determines whether you have exhaustion.
Yeah. Let's say Luke slept.
Okay.
Exhaustion is generally bad.
Okay. Mooks has also slept.
And
Um, Mooks, you are in an interesting situation that we will get back to later about, being a gift conservation representative here amongst the Adventurers Guild, a very source-packed focused uh, entity. I wonder if you've kind of donned any emblem or anything, but we'll come back to you on that.
Sounds good.
Iniko, what do you look like, and have you slept?
Standard character art. Yes, I have slept. And towards the end of this 1 minute huddle that we have, I just want to make a note that I cast Bless on Argus, Mooks, and Hutar.
So even as you're kind of doing this faux huddle, since it takes a minute to do this spell, you're already starting to kind of chant incantations that maybe your fellow party members haven't really seen you do before. Uh, Arizo and Tad, what do you guys have you guys slept? And uh and what do you look like?
Yeah, Arizo has slept. Um,
Okay.
and Arizo is I don't know why you mentioned that name because this is Roger Copperfoot here. So
Yes,
I don't know
sorry.
what you're talking about. No, so bald half elf, but still similarly garbed to how you previously saw Arizo. So with the um tall trench coat that fits him a bit better now because it was for someone a bit bigger than Rizzo. But since he's now a bit taller as a half elf, it fits him a bit better. This dark brown trench coat with a bright green scarf and then a tricorn hat that you had seen him before. But he's just a more uh, lighter complexioned half elf. Um,
Okay.
maybe looks not the youngest, like veering on middle aged half elf as he appears.
Nice.
And then but still with his ornate cane um at his side.
Okay. What about you, Thaddeus von Lichtentoad?
Tad slept. He's generally very flamboyant, but he's made himself very plain and not really disheveled, but trying not to draw attention to himself. He's semi disguised.
Could
So
you
he's wearing
maybe
commoner clothes instead of a suit.
Yeah, he's wearing very common clothes, very drab colors, kind of giving himself kind of a beard looking thing, and wearing a hat and a hood or a
okay.
hood.
Okay. Cool.
To
Um,
disguise himself, he's wearing a hat that says "not Tad."
Yeah.
I see. Well, when we come back to your particular 1 minute, maybe we will roll for a performance check of sorts or a disguise kit of sorts of to see how well you've kind of hid yourself, given that you do stick out as a grung amongst non-monstrous races. Um, okay, and back around to the circle. We are missing one key player for now. Uh, we come back to Argus. Argus and your player Tyler. I know you don't have all the information of what is to come, but this is how this works. I need you to lock in what you are doing in this 1 minute of time coming up to the portcullis's opening. As you think about that, uh I will let y'all know that Theo will be next in the faux initiative order of sorts. Um, Argus, what are you doing with this 1 minute of time?
Um, I'm going to be inspiring my compatriots um,
Mhm.
through my mantle of inspiration.
Okay. Can you did you send that in the link?
Sure.
Mantle of Inspiration.
Mantle of inspiration.
Here we go. When you join the College of Glamour, as a bonus action, you can extend one use of bardic conversion to grant wondrous appearance. When you do so, choose any number of creatures and can see within 20 feet up to Prism Fire. Each gains 5 temporary hit points. Awesome.
Ooh,
So
Bless.
I believe you can do this as a bonus action.
Woo!
So who are you granting this temporary hit points to? And um uh and since it's a bonus action, what else are you doing with your 1 minute of time? Are you exploring the room here or uh kind of chatting strategy or
Um, well, I want to see what everyone learned of what we're to expect beyond the portcullis here. Um,
yes, well
and
that information uh just the way this is going to work is not available at the moment. But let me know who you're giving these 5 temporary hit points to. Let's lock it in.
but these 5 temporary hit points, can I give it to myself as well?
Up to a number of equal to charisma modifier. I'm gonna say no, since normally bardic inspiration does not apply to yourself
Yeah,
ever.
okay. All right. Then I'm going to give my temp HP to Iniko, Mookhs, and Hutar, of course.
Okay. Now remember that this temporary hit points will not stack with any other temporary hit points that you are will receive. But
wait,
please add those temporary hit points.
where's Argus on the
Uh,
screen? I don't see Argus.
oh, Argus
I'm
is
Oh,
kind
there.
of
there he is. No,
in.
I can see him. Okay, yeah, I see now.
Okay. Um, awesome.
And
Okay,
yeah,
so
with the rest of my minute, I will, I suppose, defer. Can I defer till my compatriots do something? Do I have to choose now?
um I'm gonna say you have to choose now. Yeah, just for how this is going to work going forward.
All right, then
Um,
I'm gonna spend uh, an extra, I don't know, 20 seconds peering through the portcullis.
trying to gauge times ahead. Good call. Okay. Give me a uh perception check if you want to learn about what might be out there to, can people see you right now through the
I'd rather,
portcullis.
yeah, do the perception.
Okay. With a 16, I would like to draw our attention, for those who can see it, up to the uh kind of sectional map here above. Um, so as you look out into the into this space beyond, there's this crackling bubble of of very high level etch void glyphery, which Mooks kind of can probably tell is pretty proficient. That seems to have kind of trapped almost a like an element of void meteors out here in the in in the center of this kind of arena of sorts. Um, And with a 16 and with your minimal knowledge of the void, from your perspective, you see floating platforms of rocks and things. And just to be extremely clear, I don't know if this is going to show up, but this direction. Oh, did that count? No, it did not. Okay. Oh, kind of. Okay, arrows. Only do a different color. This direction on this map, the section map here, is upwards, as in vertically upwards. This direction on this map is downwards, and across is across the stadium. So we'll have a sectional perspective and a plan perspective that we'll be kind of working with here. I wonder why. Um, but with a 16, you see a giant lever kind of very obviously in the center of uh, this area. Seems to be made of some sort of metallic material of sorts with that 16 on the dice. Um, and given your lack of experience with void stuff, you don't see much else, though you do look down a little bit. And besides this weird tube-looking thing, you do note that especially beyond this kind of darkened line here, um, that there is about 200 feet of drop uh, down to what you actually recognize, even with 16, as like seemingly the bottom floor of the Adventurers Guild. Like you guys are kind of like up in the rafters of sorts. But you get the sense that dropping down there would not only, hurt a lot, but also potentially, you know, cancel your trial of sorts. Okay. So, with that amount of information there gleaned, um, uh, Argus has chosen to kind of learn a little bit more about the uh, trial to come, rather than the kind of prep room here. We are now going to go back in time, as all players uh, are in this, but we're still focused on Argus as we are traveling back in time to mere moments after uh, the Aft Menagerie was officially formed. Let's hope to God that I prepped this right. Maybe not. Uh, okay, cool. We're gonna zoom in over here. Boom. Uh, to the bottom left corner as we are finding ourselves at the counter where the paperwork has just been finalized to create the Aftermath Menagerie team with Argus, Muukhs, and Hutar as the three central players. Um, okay. As this uh, clerk, who you may have found out this one's name is Joanna. Um, Joanna is kind of congratulating you all with a giant smile on her face um, uh, about well, your paperwork is in order, and you are officially the after menagerie. Yeah, so very exciting. And since, as we said before, you've completed your paperwork so on time and everything, you will actually be the one of the first new teams this hex had to have their adventure tier trial, which will happen noon tomorrow, i.e., in 21 hours. Uh, now, uh, uh, let me give me a second. To put my notes here. While, uh, while your combat, main portion of this trial will truly start in full uh, in at noon tomorrow. Uh, you will you will be able to uh, have a little bit of a jump start. And so I'm going to share a handout with everybody. Let's see if I can find it. Yes. No. No, where did it go? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that would be really bad if this was not here. Okay, here we go. Journals open, roll 20, Millie, Ethan, Alina, Asa, Tyler, Gary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who am I missing? Arizo. Okay. Um, given uh that you are the active player right now, um, Tyler, why don't you open that up in the quest subtab of your little side area and uh as Millie has it opened up for the live stream or whatever, let how about you read what is in store there? Did that send through correctly, everybody?
Where
Yeah, I
did you
got it.
send it?
Uh in
It's under
quests,
quests in the
your
handouts.
trial
Ah,
investigation. Noise. Okay.
Good luck, Aft Menagerie. Your trial will begin at noon tomorrow, the 4th of Delphi. You may begin for the investigation portion of your trial starting 18 hours before your scheduled trial time. A series of clues have been scattered around the Adventuring Guild. While by no means required for success, finding and decoding them might aid you in your upcoming trial. Take the following diagram to start you on your way. Starting around 6 p.m., you should be able to find your next clue from the unseen servants while sipping a drink at the dining hall. May the linked one guide your fate.
Okay. Um, Iniko, could you give me a religion check? Um, so yes, this first clue is a uh seems to have on it two sides. The front side has this diagram in the picture above with these weird bubbles and letters. Which if we were playing in person, I would print out and give to you. Hint hint. And uh and the back side has just unseen servants written on it, which the clerk referenced as it is currently 3 p.m. on the 3rd of Delphi. Uh and uh is that true? That might be true. Yeah, yes.
Is
Whatever.
that
It's
true?
3 p.m. and at 6 p.m., so at the start of the next work session, not this one that you're in right now, uh you will be kind of getting this. Though so you could either spend a work session, going to yeah, basically in one work session's time, you can kind of start to decode this by going over to, it seems, the dining hall and talking to the unseen servants. Okay, so there seems
Hey,
to
don't we
be
have to start that at 6 p.m.? Or we can do that now?
correct. So it is 3 p.m. right now in the flashback. So
Okay.
you have to
So we
wait.
have 3 hours to kill before then.
Yeah. But Argus in this tiny wimey loop-de-loop-de experience of sorts, it seems like you can gain information about the future by doing things in the past, potentially. Um, Interesting. Now, with that 5 check, you uh think you remember what the linked one is, um, Iniko? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. If you took notes, you might know. Um, okay. The with all that being said, this is now the first of our flashbacky work sessions. Now, I'd like to note that while this one is focused on what is Argus doing for these 3 hours, are you trying to gain information to help you in your future trial? Are you trying to advance your specialization skills? Are you trying to gain a work session and commit 3 hours towards that? Are you trying to go on a shopping spree? Are you trying to leave and uh, never come back and ruin the continuity of the story? Who knows? Uh, uh, it's all up to you. But you also have your friends here, and if there is something that requires them to kind of be involved, they can, and we'll get their side of the story when we get their flashback. Um, okay. So, Argus, what are you up to in these 3 hours here in the past.
Well, given that we have 3 hours before our first clue starts, Argus is going to do two things. Uh, First thing is he's going to go schmooze amongst the adventurers and try and, especially
Oh,
established
sorry,
parties, and try
sorry,
and get some information off of them.
Argus. I forgot to give some very important information. I finally found the text in my notes here. After giving you this scavenger hunt, my bad. Also says, uh, I'll also let you know that ahead of time that the guild will be offering tier trial takers like yourself an 83% subsidized rate on a preemptive revivify, i.e., you can pay 100 yellow gems to be sure that you'll be revivified no matter what happens. However, obviously, it seems like you have some summon familiars and the like. The cost will not have to deal with those because obviously they don't need revivification. Um, Yes. Uh, Good luck, and may the linked one guide you. Yes.
The linked one. Ooh.
All right. Doesn't change Argus's plan.
Yes. Okay. Well, at some point, um, the three players who can benefit from that will have to decide whether they have or not. But you might want to decide that mid-battle, given the way that this timey-wimey stuff works. Um, so yeah. Okay. Uh, Argus, what are you up to? Sorry, I cut you off. You were going to schmooze?
Yeah. First thing Argus is going to do is he's going to go schmooze, try and see what previous trials have looked like.
Okay. What level of schmoozing are you doing? Are you just trying to get some brief information and do more with your work session? Or are you trying to gain a work session in Twine by schmoozing up the the adventurers here?
No, I'm just schmoozing for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go out into the bazaar to do some stuff
Okay.
to be described later.
I would like you to know that um you can lean on your friends. And you do happen to have somebody who maybe isn't most apparently great at uh uh, business tactics, but Thaddeus might perk up and explain that they're decent at knowing the ways of the Bazaar. Um, so take that into consideration if you want to uh, align those fates. Okay, so we have some schmoozing going on. How about you give me a persuasion roll of sorts? Um, and who exactly are you trying to target? You kind of know the range of tiers here. Are you trying to target other people who are kind of at your level of sorts? Are you trying to schmooze up the people who are maybe you haven't talked to as much that seem to be a little higher tiers? Or what's your strategy?
Uh, well, I'm gonna start with who is ever drunkest.
Okay. Yeah, it does seem like as we kind of move over here all the way to the other side of the map. Uh, there does seem to be a kind of group of definitely higher level big shots over here in the corner. Maybe you arrive, uh, just before or maybe you go shopping first and arrive afterwards. I don't know. But that is an option to kind of schmooze up with them. So give me that check.
Hmm. You said persuasion?
Sure, yeah. Is that what you think you're gonna, does that feel fair to you?
Um,
Okay.
sure.
Let's go.
8.
8.
Oh no.
Okay, well, as this is a kind of recap of sorts, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but let how about explain to me how you kind of come up on this table of big shots, chip on your shoulder knowing that you have this Argus Junior title and these kind of maybe these a little less talkative, more action-oriented folks uh, kind of scoff at you, both knowing seemingly that they it's uncouth to give uh, extreme piece of information, but also seemingly kind of uh, coying at the fact that they know maybe a little bit, but uh, are kind of interested to not give you that information and see how things go, given your supposed prowess. Supposed. Um, yeah. Do you want to describe that scene a little bit, or do you want to move on?
Uh, if they're not going to tell me anything useful, we can just move on.
Okay, yes, you kind of you talk to this table and a couple other ones, and with an 8 on persuasion, um, you definitely get told, that the scavenger hunt of sorts is there for a reason. Um, and give me an insight check with disadvantage, uh, as you're persuading, you're kind of schmoozing up to these people. Okay, with a
19.
19, you definitely know. You don't know who, but you know that some of these higher level tier 10, tier 15 type people, um, do have definitely a significant part to play in kind of orchestrating these unique trials. Um, and that there seems to be some a little bit of like politics and game mastering of sorts from them. Uh, and they all keep things close to the chest, but there will definitely be elements of the trial that once you've completed it might link back to certain adventures that you might get to know in the future. Um, okay. What is your travels outside of the Adventurers Guild look like as we move towards the Billiken map?
So, I want to offer or bring Thaddeus along with me, given that he's
Does
an
anybody else
expert in the Bizarre Bazaar.
does
Uh,
anybody else want to go on this shopping spree with you
Theo's
session? Yeah.
Theo wants to spend the first work session in the Bizarre Bazaar as well, so he'll probably join.
Okay. Cool. Um, so Theo, Tad, and Argus, is that what I'm seeing? Is that true? Anybody else?
I'm good.
Okay, no takers.
Thinking
Sorry,
about it,
again.
but I don't know
Sorry.
what I'd
What?
need.
What is? They're going to the Bizarre Bazaar.
Yes, they're going to the Bazaar Bazaar. Uh,
Um. Yeah, I was looking through the potions. I can't really use a work session to craft potions, right? Because since I'm twine, I would have to be something else to do that.
Anybody
Theo,
can be any specialization. Yeah, but
also, if we're talking, if our characters were consulting about the trip to the Bizarre Bazaar, Theo would
Mhm.
probably tell you that his plan for the next while is to just mostly be crafting potions. So if there's anything you want, I can work on it too.
Okay.
No.
I Theo, I have a couple. I have a number of things that might be useful to you for potion crafting.
Oh,
Um,
wonderful.
Okay.
anything you might need, just ask, and I might have some.
Okay, sweet.
Oh
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
So
he might have some random bits of cheese that you could use for your potion.
yes.
I
Uh,
do
perfect.
have lightning in a bottle,
Oh,
is
That's
that
kind of cool.
yeah?
and I believe a vial of phlogiston.
oh, nice. I was planning on buying some of that, so that's good.
Okay. Cool. Well,
Also some bioluminescent underrail goo.
Oh,
If
what is
that's of
that?
interest to you.
yeah. That probably is a reagent.
Oh,
Okay. So as we go
This
here,
probably goes
just
into a
because
potion. Glug 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 glug.
just because we're going somewhere outside of the guild hall here, I'm gonna do all of this at once. So I'm kind of breaking the rule here a little bit. And Argus, Theo, um, and Tad here, you're all gonna be in this little scene. and I want to know what are each of yours intentions buying stuff. Tad, are you just here to kind of help schmooze and orient people, uh, or are you also buying stuff?
I'll keep my eye out for things to buy, but I don't have an intention of buying anything.
Got it. Okay. Um, give me a nav. Uh, yeah. What check would this be? A survival check, Tad. Um, and Asa, you can give me one at disadvantage. Come on, where is that? I had a like bizarre map backup just in case you guys did this. How prepared was I?
Looks like I got a 13.
I got a nat one.
Okay. Um, Theo, you know what the Bazaar looked like, at least. You remember it. While it's still in the sameish place, it starts several streets before you think it's going to start. And the inherent kind of chaotic yet orderly bustle and hustle of this multi-tiered uh kind of space definitely is alarming. And I mean, it changed while you knew it over the course of the years that your mom let you go there. Um, it is always constantly evolving. It has definitely evolved into something entirely incomprehensible, and you're not even sure if any of the shop locations that you knew um, are still there.
I
Um,
think Theo spends more time complaining about the things that he liked that are gone than actually being helpful in finding things.
yeah.
Like, oh man, there used to be a really cool shop there with all these sorts of like snacks and things. It was really good. Yay.
Cool. Just to give a sense of kind of what this space looks like, I'm gonna try here if I can. Is that gonna let me do it? Yes. Move people over. Oh, I have to move Millie over also. Maybe not. Okay. Um, but this is like a little bit of what the kind of architecture vibe here looks like with several different tiers of kind of shoplets going about this kind of almost craggy formation, a mix of natural uh, you know, uh, elements being dug into, but also rising above, but in this kind of orderly yet chaotic uh, uh, aspect here. Um, so Tad, you have your silver tonguing. You also have several contacts here that you know of. What what things are we trying to shop here? And let's try and do this a little bit quickly because not everybody's in this scene. What are you looking for, Argus?
I'm not. Yeah,
Um,
I'm asking what they want to find.
um, Argus is looking for anything that might embellish him, might make him stand out. He's looking to both inspire his compatriots and uh, show off to the masses that the act of menagerie is worth paying attention to.
Okay. Gary, with your 13 survival check, you know there are places where you could go to get like posters or signs and things. But one place does come to mind. There's a fledgling little shop that you've seen when like cruising by here. That is kind of trying experimental things with taking photon sails and trying to, create a high fashion shop based off of that latent imbued material. Um, I think Tad would know that many of the Fey Dyad uh, kind of upper echelon of folks, or those who actually may have met Frankie, would have known that he kind of wears this suit of emissive fabric that is able to kind of have some latent abilities related to latent, as in the void resource of sorts that is used on spelljammers and things. Um, but there is a little shoplet that's just trying to use such fabrics in other ways. But there's also various just photon sale fabric shops as well that could serve that purpose. At least with the kind of frantic thoughts that you're having right now, as you're also trying to, Tad, kind of blend in a little bit, as you do know that there are uh, you know, posters, uh, poster boards with bounties on them in the Bazaar as well. Um, cool. Uh, yeah. So
Do you want
I'm
me
gonna.
to say what I'm going
Yeah.
after?
What are you going after? Yeah.
Um, so is Theo first asks, "Hey Argus, what are we? Should we just bring the chest with us to the bazaar, or what do we want to do about that?"
Oh, we took care of the chest already. When we signed up, they just deposited everything for us.
Oh, I was going to use my money from my chest to spend to spend on supplies for potions.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got some of it here. We split it evenly between the three of us, so it would be safe that way.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
And Theo, you see Argus is brandishing his new uh Eon band. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
hmm
Okay, well then, would you mind being my credit card?
Why, of course.
Thank you. Um, so
Sugar
and
Daddy Argus.
he was planning on spending a pretty large amount of money because he wants to gather supplies for making potions for this, and then also have supplies for making future potions. Um,
Yeah. Anything that is officially on that document, you can just have, and we'll just not play it. But if you want anything specific, let me know right
uh,
now.
it's all stuff on the document. I have a spreadsheet. I wrote it out. I can
Okay, do
share
you
it.
want, is it like quick enough that you could just blast, say it right now just for funsies?
Yes, I
Okay.
have enough
By
money
the way,
and enough.
Theo, we've got 206 yellow gems and whatever I can barter with.
So, okay.
You also have Tad there, which, Tad, do you want to maybe post into chat your little ability to,
Or maybe Tad can help us barter.
yeah.
Yeah, use your silver tongue, Tad, and make them prices cheaper.
Yeah, you do notice that Tad is kind of jingling literal silver coins in his hand as he's kind of walking through
Okay.
the city a little bit. Which is, Argus probably seems actually the most normal thing that has ever happened here in Bilica. But for you, Theo, this is extremely strange, as no one really uses this as like currency or anything like that.
Okay.
Um, yeah.
Upon seeing that, Argus is gonna grab a couple silver pieces out of his pocket and just start thumbing them.
Okay,
Okay.
so given the amount of money we have, my original plan was to spend close to 150 yellow gems on supplies, but uh, I the minimum for the potions that I want to craft for the trial is much less. It's
I
67.
think GM advice, you should get everything right now. Just
Could we say then that since we had the discussion about currency before we left for the bazaar, that we got some of the money that I had split in the chest split and that we split up to other people? There were unless Argus, I mean, how much money do you think you'll need to spend, Argus?
Uh, I don't know what I'm looking for. Uh, where I come from, fabric's pretty cheap, but I really don't know what I'm gonna find around here.
So
Um,
is it do people have 206 yellow gems each on like each Aeon band?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
then we should be good because you can use
um
150 from one of the other two people,
mhm.
and then Argus.
Tad, as you are thinking to yourself that high fashion photon fabric place, I mean photon armor, the basically fitted suits of photon sail silk usually go for around 1,000 yellow gems. though you might be able to get like because you know this guy, you might be able to schmooze like a quilt of some off fabric or something, but um that's definitely going to be a scene of sorts. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Um, and we can
So
potentially barter down the rates of the things that I found. So 150 might is the top end of what we'd be spending.
I'm gonna just say right now, just because you have Tad here in a area that he's been to before, for your standard purchases, Asa, you can just take the total amount and cut
Mhm.
off 6%.
Okay,
Um,
cool.
yeah. So list off what you're buying for us real quick, just because I don't want to
Yeah.
spend too much time doing this, and then we'll go to a scene, kind of schmoozing with Tad to get some photony fabric of sorts.
Okay, I'm buying 60 asteroid silk bolts, 15 Everdrift branches, 19 mirror cores. I have calculated the weights. I have a whole thing behind it. I'll get to that in a bit. But if you don't want to
Okay.
bog it down, we don't have to. 10 meteor pebbles, one ethereal lily, 10 vials of astrostatic, 5 clouded coral tubes, 3 vials of phlogiston, 1 vial of vorpal blood, five, uh, 1 puff shard, 10 leather scraps, and another 5 bolts of asteroid soap. And that's enough to craft pretty much any resistance potion later down the line, or not all at once, but I have enough variety that I can craft resistance potions, healing potions, handful of other
What does it
things.
look like
Yay.
as you basically go to the supermarket? Like I'm picturing like how are you like carry like what baggage are you using to
Yes.
carry
So
on?
Theo's first off, Theo's plan was to buy um go to the place with the mirror cores last and then just sit there and craft potions because the mirror cores are the heaviest thing. Um, um,
You do have Argus who is insanely strong and has a racial ability to help you out carrying
hey
stuff.
Argus, would you mind helping me carry some of these things?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Thanks. As Theo says that, he like fills a bag with mirror cores and hands you like a 70-pound bag. Okay, and also
Oh,
good. So,
So these
uh,
mirror cores, by the way, are like geodes about this big. They're like
oh, okay.
kaleidoscopes, and like you look into them and the light like bounces all around inside. And they're kind of hex hexagonally like four-dimensional hexagonal whatever looking thing. Yeah,
Um,
interesting.
uh, he Theo grabs a bunch of like Everdrift branches off the shelf, puts some rope around it, and puts it on his back, and then
So
he
you
pulls.
actually buy Everdrift branches and meteor pebbles off the shelf. Like
Is that? I mean, is that something I could just find?
you could, but there are like little back alley, like almost like shoplets of like, people who are just trying to get by, who are like, I'll give you an Everdrift branch, whatever. And you come up and you like buy their
Well,
whole lot, and they're just like, oh my God,
yeah.
you made my day.
Cool. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, and then the rest is mostly just tiny things that fit into vials and that Theo puts in his backpack.
Okay.
Uh, so
oh,
his
by the
backpack is
way,
like jingling with vials now.
Mhm.
I also have 3 vials. Don't know what they are. They're labeled Atolf, Rolks, and Miles.
Okay, cool. We could definitely experiment with those at some point.
Oh, okay.
Find out what they do.
Um, cool. So, Tad, uh, let we find you and Argus in this shop. It's a small shop. It's got like a mannequin in one corner with some kind of designery looking fabric around it, and there's like a like Arcano sewing machine of sorts in the back. And there is this high elf, uh, uh, a who kind of looks down at these two monstrous raced creatures coming into the shop. Um, and you know that there are many a Lightbringer is of elven make. But this storefront is plainly in the middle of the bazaar, this kind of inner district of uh, the source packed and all of its supposed inclusivity. That being said, as an elephant and a frog walk into a uh, you know, grown up to be somewhat racist person's establishment, what do you guys do? Or give me a performance check or persuasion of sorts as you guys enter in here. You have interacted with this fellow before, uh, uh, Caucasian uh, suit class. I just made that up on the spot. Uh, well. If it isn't Thaddeus von Lichtentoad and the scum he's brought into my shop, what brings you back here? Last time I answered all your questions and you showed that silly badge of yours and you even harried a fine customer that I had to convince to come back. What brings you back this time?
Perhaps business.
Business? Well, gems always talk, but you never seem to have much of those. That being said, the silver from last time was a very intriguing occurrence. What it seems there's no other patrons here today. How might I be able to help someone like you?
Uh, my friend is looking for some fabric.
Well, you definitely come to the right place. I don't know if I can make something that can hide your ghoulish features, though. But I am a quite a designer, uh, and have some of the finest photon uh, sail fabric here, straight from the light bringers.
Argus, what are you looking to do, and what?
Argus is gonna kind of step in with a flourish. I'm looking for something that'll show them all. I want the world to know the the light that I bring into it. I want them to see my see me flash and gaze in awe.
Ah, well, uh, just give me a persuasion check or a performance check or whatever. Probably persuasion. Oh, I see Gary's got a 7. Okay. 9. Well, something as lumberously grotesque as you is definitely something to gape at. Um, I tend to design for more of a slimmer form, but you know, gems definitely talk. Throw a few couple thousand my way, and we might, maybe have an intriguing project of sorts.
A couple thousand? You must be joking.
I Are you not here for the photon armor? It's in the display window.
No, I don't need that gaudy garbage.
Well, what are you looking for then?
Oh, it doesn't have to be something that a prince would wear. Just something to show a little flair.
Hmm. Okay. And you see he kind of whips a scarf uh of latent fabric, and as it flips behind him as he kind of steps out from the counter with his long live form, like little sparkles of yellowy kind of uh magic go through the fabric, and he's like, well, I am just about to have uh, a shipment of come in of new fabrics, and I am getting a little bit uh, some of the ones I've been using so far have been a little overused, and I tend to try and make every piece unique. Uh, and Tad, let's just say, as an elf of, someone not so easily charmed, uh, I didn't appreciate the kind of charisma you showed uh, last time, as you can still the little glint as you kind of glints down at the silver in your hands, and it's like,
No risk.
can I?
Yeah.
I'm willing to bargain without magic if necessary, uh, so long as we're talking about you never coming back to this shop.
I'm gonna turn over to Thaddeus. I think this guy's too high for his britches. We can go. I can make this out of the dirt. I can make this out of this stuff out of the scraps that the beggars wear. Not like out of earshot of the guy, but not intentionally
Oh, oh,
whispering.
he definitely hears you, and it's like, yeah, go try.
I,
Um, what do you say, Tad, in this moment? And are you trying to silver tongue this man?
Um, yeah, I'll silver tongue him.
Okay. Um, how, do you have the silver to pay for that?
Thaddeus, don't waste your time. Let's find something somewhere else.
Well, how much? Let's see. I have.
When we did this before, it'd be the same amount. I forget. I think it's
Not sure where I have my silver on my character sheet.
you got to keep track of that to be able to kind of do this. But I will allow you to say that you've used maybe a couple of the odds and ends of coinage that I mean, gems that you've saved from helping Theo out with your negotiations to kind of maybe buy a little bit of silver to just because you
Oh,
always are trying to have some on hand. Okay, so
Thaddeus,
you're
Thaddeus,
using,
I have 10.
and then this I'm gonna say privately to Thaddeus.
I have
Uh,
10.
I think that's what that says. You have a D in there, and I don't know what that means.
I think I have 106.
okay.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention I also bought 10 other scraps, which is like pretty cheap. But um,
Okay. Um, I think you're going to need to use at least 40 silver since this guy is a little bit higher level uh to truly uh cast some
All
uh
right, I'll use
no,
40.
don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't think it's worth it. Let's just go somewhere else, Thaddeus.
it's your choice, Tad. What do you want to do?
Well, I'll use the 40 and be.
Okay. So we'll figure out how that works out later. But I think you basically use all the silver that you have left in like an act of defiance here, running it through your fingers as it kind of dissipates into the air, used as a sort of spell component of sorts, secretly as it melds in this moment with your words in a way that's undetectable uh, uh, by most. But Argus, having known you for a little bit now, can kind of sense that something is a little off as your words speak in a much more forceful manner towards this elf that is definitely uh, harder to reach with this kind of things. What do you try and mesmerize this shopkeeper about?
I want him to think that he'd be honored to have Argus wear some of his fabric.
Okay. Um, okay. In this moment, how about you give me a persuasion check with advantage?
Roll good, Ted.
Nice. Well, uh, with a 23, uh, yes. Okay, he rolled a 3 on his dice on his end. Um, you see that Cortesian suit class is like, well, Argus Jr., you say, huh? I have heard from the Fey Dyad, rumors and things that this might be someone to be looking out for. A fine racehorse in the adventuring guild market, if you will. Uh, and I didn't know he would be as horrible looking in person, but I currently don't have much time for projects and honestly would never really feel comfortable putting my hands on something that's supposed to drape across such devilish flesh. But I do have some extra scraps of this last batch that I'm uh just trying to get rid of as it's a little faulty. I'll give you this. Thaddeus von Lichtentoad, a thorn in many shopkeep's spine here. Uh uh and honestly, someone who I've heard in the rumor mill could be brought in for a paltry sum of money. Uh I'll trade you with keeping your anonymity as being from the Lightbringers. I don't want to bring attention to myself either. Uh and I'll give you um enough bolts here of uh photon sail fabric to create a cape of sorts or whatever uh, for your friend, and you will never step foot in this establishment again, and you'll pay me the you'll pay me 100 yellow gems just so I can say that in case anyone asks about this transaction.
Argus steps in. Well, I can raise you one higher.
I don't, sorry, was little Twig saying something? Uh, I didn't hear that. Uh,
Argus is gonna stand up and lumber over the guy. Like, let's just say when Argus Jr., the great famed Loxodon, is known to be wearing your fabrics, scraps or no scraps, might be mighty beneficial for the both of us.
We'll give you 50 yellow.
I will tell everyone where we got it.
and you promise never to set foot ever again
Correct.
on this street. Okay. And you see that he like definitely put some visible magic into his handshake. And daintily and almost disgustedly puts his hand out. But you get the sense that if you shake this hand, there will be magical ways of barring you from entering this street of the Bizarre Bazaar. 50
All
yards,
right.
never see you again. Bolt of that stupid fabric I don't like, and we're done here.
And some marketing.
Very good.
Okay, you shake his hand, and you guys leave. So you can say that you have a makeshift photon cloak. It doesn't have any properties right now, but might be able to gain some later on. Um, and both of you can gain a work session in Twine. And Theo, we will wait on you in case
Thanks.
you do anything different on your work session, on the rest of your time. Okay. Sorry, thank you for allowing that diatribe, rest of the players. We are going to doodly-doodly-doo, zoom back into the future. Okay. Uh, dun 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 dun. Okay, here we are, back in the future. But we are no longer uh, with the rest of our friends. We are going to see from a different perspective. Oh,
From my perspective, sorry.
yes. Uh, okay. So, um, we find Theo walking behind Millie O'Grady as she kind of hurriedly rushes you into the back of this crowd of inebriated and jolly adventurers. More again, as usual, more than what I'm portraying here. But in this kind of coliseum of sorts, getting front row seats on this etch bubble type of type of thing here. Um, and as you have been kind of uh, uh, brought in, uh, uh, Millie O'Grady seeing like that a couple people kind of glance over at her, uh, and she obviously like is a little bit off guard about it all, kind of takes you to the side, um, and starts to say some things to you before some kind of giant sound comes over, like almost like a loudspeaker of sorts. And she starts to say something of uh, well, since I thought your familiar is now uh part of Af Menagerie, it might seem, whatever shenanigans is going on there. I thought you might want to be here. So there you go. I wasn't gonna have a plus one, but now you're my designated uh plus one for this.
Thanks. I
Uh
appreciate it.
but just because the golems know that you're my officially uh, one allowed non-adventurer plus one doesn't mean that I want to broadcast that to everyone, okay? Uh, and she like starts to turn to go away as this loudspeaker kind of goes uh goes on here as you see uh across the way uh Chorsta the guild master is kind of standing on a little podium-ish thing that almost looks like a roof of sorts. Um, and kind of is getting ready as the crowd starts to kind of murmur down, and like focuses up on her, as she says, um, "Now I know that we usually have a normal way of proceeding with things, but um, given the circumstances and the jolly back-to-back trials that we'll be having in the next couple days and weeks, I thought I might add a little flair that to these proceedings that is a little bit out of my wheelhouse. So
I'm
enjoy
so
the
sorry. I think I accidentally left my sync on. I hear it in the back.
okay, and is yeah, I will come back to that, I guess, as this pertains to okay. And Choice is like, uh, enjoy the uh, enjoy the illustrious voice of the raconteur. And everyone's like, raconteur, what? Normally, normally it doesn't come to these, but and kind of she like clicks a button slash casts a spell on some like totem thing behind her, and this giant hologram uh kind of comes into view, uh uh and uh you guys can see that the raconteur up here, you can zoom out a little bit, uh uh kind of is hologrammed up on the side of like the wall over here. And in so doing, you guys get a little bit of a kind of larger image of this creature, this kind of genderless humanoid that at the moment is kind of flamboyantly carrying this ornate trident of sorts, and it is wearing every time you see them, they have a different, unique, fashionable outfit on. Um, but their kind of radiant mop of hair uh kind of is, at least for right now, uh, uh portrayed over their kind of purplish face, that is puckered with these um uh these interesting pustules that seem to be almost like uh accepted and enamored and like beautified, even though they look, maybe at to first glance to many, a little bit grotesque. Um, Mooks and uh, uh, Iniko, can you give me nature checks, please, at advantage? Um, cool. As that happens, I can pull up a little speechy deechy sources. Okay. Yeah, let me know what you roll on that. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not seeing a roll.
You
Can you guys roll for that, Mooks and Iniko? Do
I'm sorry, my audio cut out briefly. What am I rolling for?
Just roll a nature check at advantage as
Okay.
you hologram of this the
Nature.
raconteur is here. And yeah. Okay. Uh, Mooks, you're kind of getting battle hardened here, but Iniko, kind of definitely the more perceptive of the sorts. You notice that the face of this raconteur definitely has like, it's definitely not a myconid, but seems to have some sort of fungal or uh like mushroomy origins of sorts in a weird way that
Oh no, he's got a fungal infection on his face.
but it's almost like with an 18, it's almost like he's like they are like made of, like they are a fungus type of thing, but are also a humanoid in this weird way. Um, but they seem as charismatic and flamboyant as ever as they kind of uh uh play off the fact that the technology is glitching out a little bit, and kind of make a little chuckle, and it's like, oh yes, uh, well, I am supposed to be on break from the Lilitheric here, uh, so really should be resting my voice. But I am here at the Fey Dyad where the betting is going through the roof. And so Chorsta here asked me if I wanted to flex my talent, so here I am. Now, Chorsta has given me this little thing to read, though I will try to embellish it as my charismatic way tends to do, and give a little uh, briefing for not only the adventurers, the Menagerie here, but those who might be listening from afar. As he kind of looks backwards at seemingly some like slot machines or something behind him. And uh, cool. The uh, raconteur continues. The Aft Menagerie will herein soon be doing their tier trial to see what caliber of adventurers they truly are. As our beloved Chorsta, the guild master of the Adventuring Guild, and you see a cheer like erupts. Yeah, Chorsta! Uh, uh, as she always says, the three main pillars of the Adventuring Guild quests are investigation, escorts, and combat. And as such, the trials, so graciously prepared to you by various patrons of the Adventurers Guild, will test you in these three pillars of the industry. Uh, However, we are too eager here to have you prove yourself to Menagerie, so you'll be tested in all three at once. Firstly, investigation. When those portcullis doors raise, you will be given 12 seconds on the clock as he kind of waves towards something, and like mystically a little like scoreboard of sorts appears with like a timer that isn't ticking down yet, but um and yes, 12 seconds. And when that portcullis is raised, you'll be given 12 seconds to pull one of the five hidden levers throughout the arena. Each time you do so, you will restart that 12-second timer. And the timer upon whose end will set the tier level at which you'll be fighting for throughout the rest of the trial. Your tier will be based on the number of levers pressed. I hope that's clear, because we're starting in under a minute. Secondly, let us introduce our soon-to-be favorite combatant, Stubby the Space Guppy, which I don't have prepped. As you see, a tiny little goldfish-looking thing is like Chorsta kind of like makes it appear and like shoves it through this little opening in the etch bubble over here.
Stu- Stubby, anyone with a
And
name like that, like Stubby the Space Guppy, is definitely an Avengers level threat.
A formidable foe. By the
uh,
way, I want to remind everyone that from your inspiration, that what I did, you have your speed that you can move at the start of combat for free.
okay, so you kind of waited and did that just before initiative, which we haven't even gotten
Yeah.
to yet. But yes. Okay, good to know. Okay. Um, yes, and so Stubby the Space Guppy, yeah, and you see people are kind of cheering. It's like, oh, he's such a little cute guy, and now Stubby will be your escort for this trial. If Stubby dies, God forbid he dies, your tier will be significantly reduced on this trial. As this is a lower level tier, though, Stubby, though he's got very low constitution normally, will be having a magical saddlebag to give him temporary HP each round of combat. Um, that being said, our cute little Stubby is fragile little thing, so don't make the audience hate you. Yeah. And you see, he like Stubby starts uh like flying around and uh seems very animalistic and is kind of just like exploring his new biome of sorts as
Please tell me Stubby gets hazard pay.
um
Extra
We,
weight.
so we can't hit Stubby. Don't
And
hit Stubby with
to be
attacks.
clear,
Don't kill him.
and you
is
see
Stubby acting like a fish, or is Stubby acting like, I don't know, something more intelligent than a fish?
Stubby is very much acting like a fish. If you
Okay.
if you kind of look up towards the top here, Stubby is currently flying through like gravity floating like through the void space here in whatever way this environment is going to work, who knows. And is kind of just uh, going up towards the top there. Um, cool.
Stubby is basically who we're quote unquote escorting. Yeah. Like
Yes.
we have to keep Stubby
Mhm.
alive and well.
Yes. And the third pillar, combat, combat, combat! While it is possible to secure a lower tier, even with a total party kill, as like the little music goes in the background, um, uh, to have the best trial performance, you must survive all monsters that spawn in the arena. That being said, if you choose to flee the trial through the tubes below, that you might see, or feather falling, I guess, if you want to go that option, do not expect to become an adventurer that way. Let's just say, but this is not just any adventuring team. This is the AF Menagerie with the upstart Argus Jr. on the team, I've heard. And uh, so let's give them a warm welcome, everybody, as we wait for this timer to tick down for the start of the trial. Uh, and now, everyone wonders, will our new adventurers be able to protect Stubby from the coming tides of onslaught and prove themselves the after menagerie? As we await the raising of the portcullis and start the trial, let's get a drum roll, please! As we are kind of drum rolling here. Um, cool. That, unfortunately, takes up all of Theo's time here. Um, Though, Theo, on your first turn, combat, you'll be able to talk to Millie O'Grady um, before that.
Okay.
Combat, as in when we roll for initiative and the portcullis goes out. Um,
Also, you haven't
yeah,
had me declare yet whether I'm exhausted or not.
I was just about to get that. Yes. Are you
Theo,
exhausted? And
Theo is exhausted.
you are going to be exhausted. Okay, I'm going to put a note here. Boom. A little red dot. Okay, so in the future, you are one level exhaustion, which, what does that mean? Um, Let me just,
Disadvantage, right?
uh, yeah.
Skill checks. Not attack rolls or saving throws.
Disadvantage on ability checks, not attack rolls or saving throws. That's pretty
Cool.
nice. Okay. Cool. What do you look like in this moment, as you are technically the non-adventurer plus one of a higher tier adventurer, but also maybe not that? I don't know. What are you rocking?
Um, I don't think Theo has any reason at this point to be disguising himself. So he's stayed up all night doing God knows what. He's got potion residue in his hair and bags under his eyes, and his clothes are all wrinkled, and he's just
Hot.
he, he's he's excited, but he's also like I think that adrenaline is is pumping through him, so he's awake and excited, but like in a sort of almost delirious way. That kind of like delirious excitement you get when you're really tired.
Kind of like me right now in the real world. Nice. Okay. Um, cool. Are you ready to flash back?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, is there anything else you want to do uh besides shopping? Shopping did take a significant amount of time, but if you have something that's like half a work session or something like that, you could do it. And do you want to gain a work session in Twine for uh doing your services type things? Do you want to gain a work session in, what is it, Channel, for loading yourself up with a ton of resources, which is something that they actually do? Um, or do you want to kind of try and finagle some other type of thing in the end?
Um, could it arguably be because I spent the whole time shopping for potion supplies? Is that enough of a mind wind type of thing, or is
Sure,
that
I will allow that. I want to be generous and allow people to get what they want out of their work sessions. So,
cool?
yes.
Awesome.
Is that you're taking the whole time to do that, I assume?
So okay, well I do have I guess actually before I say that, what's more important to Theo is that he spends the time to get them his supplies, and then he wants time at the very end to bring the potions he makes to the party before they go and start the trial. And that'll be at the very end. But one way I could see that working is he
Where are
starts
you
his
making these potions? Are you going to a specific potiony shop? Are you kind of just doing it in the middle of the Adventurers Guild's kind of tier zero area? Are you
where yeah, I guess as Theo's shopping, he's probably thinking about and trying to figure that out. I think where will the group have to go meet up before they start the trial? Will that be back at the Adventurers Guild someplace?
yeah, most everything's gonna happen inside the Adventurers Guild. Yeah.
Yeah, I also think Theo's going to want to do as much of the scavenger hunt as he can while he's going to be doing that and crafting potions all night. So he'll stay in the Adventurers Guild. Um,
Got it.
and but so what I was saying is so this second like portion of the work session that or like maybe the last hour. So say we spent 2 hours shopping, we have this other hour.
Yeah.
One idea that I had just to make sure that Theo can get the potions to everybody is start my potion making work sessions now and then have that last hour at
Got
the
it.
very end to
Yeah, that sounds
get
good. We'll
particular
just
stuff.
we'll just save it. You don't have to take any time to bring it to people or whatever. But I will say you
Cool.
haven't uh either you have brought potions to the party via um uh Thaddeus and uh, Arizo uh in there, and they have the potions, or you have And then they'll give them. We can retcon later on that they've given them to them. Um, or you have them in hand right now and are in the future and are bringing them to them. But yeah, so
I'm gonna.
we'll end this work session. You'll get a work session in my end, and then we'll just start the potions next time and say that
Mhm.
you can just use the whole time. Sounds good.
Sweet.
And I'm just gonna assume that you're gonna just be cooking all this up like in the festive mess hall area
Yes.
next to where all the quests are, and just, I mean, it's not that weird for someone to just be like doing their thing there, as there's a ton of
And
weirdos. So
and
yeah.
while Theo's crafting, he's probably gonna try and socialize with people nearby so that he can say like, "Hey, can you watch my stuff while I go hunt down the scavenger hunt for a couple hours and I'll be
Okay. Okay, yeah, sure.
if he gets to a point where he can't bring his stuff with him, he'll do that.
Got it.
Well, we can talk about that later.
Okay. Awesome.
And
Um,
sorry, one more thing. To be clear, you said there were the two options for the potions. I'm like 95% sure, unless I learn something else, that I'm going to try and get the potions to the party before the event starts. I won't have it on me in the future watching the event, if that makes sense.
understood. Okay. Yes. So how that will work is you will have to make the potion in the past, and then it will magically appear in the pockets of them in the future, um, type
Great.
of thing. Okay, cool. So with that all said and done, we're on to our next person. Which, sorry, I didn't give an on deck. My bad. Um, the uh, the next person here is Hutar with Millie on deck. Um, okay, Hutar, you find yourself in this same room being released by this gallant Gullum. Or sorry, no, you weren't released. That was Arizo and Tad. You're in this room here. You definitely take note of the kind of prep room that you're in here. Do you want to yeah, just please give me a perception or investigation check with advantage here. Utar? Dope. Oh, can you give me that?
We can barely hear you.
Yeah. Are you talking?
Wow. What about now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Now we can hear
there
you.
you go.
Oh, no, I can't. No. Hello?
You're a little quiet, but we can hear you. Hello.
Okay. Well, how about you just give me that roll so I can think about that while you're fixing stuff? Is that would be appreciated. Thank you guys for bearing with me on the story here. Uh, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna just roll it for him. Oh, I was at advantage, please. Do it again.
Oh, I think you hopped off to try to reconnect.
Ethan's characters.
It's okay if I use this moment to do a little bathroom break.
Cha,
Okay,
char,
BRB.
and there we go. Okay, I'm gonna use that 17. Okay,
I don't think he's
okay, he might not be coming back.
joined.
Oh, is he? He has rejoined. Ask to unmute. Okay. Ethan, can you hear us? Are you here? No,
Oh no.
we have no Ethan. Okay. So
Okay.
we will jump to uh we'll jump to Millie. Um, and hopefully before we do Millie's like flashback, we can get to Hutar. So just interrupt Hutar if you are able to speak. Okay. Iniko, are you uh, what are you doing in this moment as we come back to you and you're kind of starting to say some words maybe or take out your earring or what does this look like as you are kind of buffing up
Hello?
the party here?
Well,
Ah,
I'm
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Can you
Can you
hear
hear
me
us now?
now?
Can you hear?
yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
okay, sorry. I'm
Cool.
going to come back to Hutar here, but think about
Okay.
that, Iniko, of what it looks like as you're using your minute of time. But now we're going to the minute of time for Hutar. Hutar, with a 17 on your advantaged perception check here, you have been scanning this room and you notice that there's a bunch of like weaponry and
I
almost
like
all of it,
weapons.
almost all of it with your experience out in the void and recent experience in, let's just say, some interesting dust that does stuff to copper. You know that all of these are coppered weapons that have been degraded. And it seems like you put two and two together, this might be like just where they throw excess weaponry that is coppered stuff that has been degraded due to some sort of anomaly. Um, so basically you can get any simple um simple or martial weapon from here within the minute that you have, but it will be at like a -1 to all of its stuff. Um, but as you're perusing through this, you notice something that makes your eyes alight.
Oh.
Your experience as a bark brings your attention to a certain little piece of wood that maybe a normal person would just pass by as like some weird kid's sled, like shoved up against the wall. But you can just smell the kind of magic resonating off of this as you find a Kinder Tot toboggan, which I have
It's
added into your
a
vehicles,
skateboard.
which is effectively a
Yeah.
a skateboard of sorts.
The
Hutar's magic
hoverboard.
skate.
Sick.
That's
This
definitely a
is
magic item. Is
this is an
Hutar's magic
actual
skateboard.
spell jammer. It definitely has on it like property of the Adventuring Guild, so you might not be able to keep it, but it's in here, and it seems like the Gallant Golem is not annoyed at you picking it up, and so you could probably use it for this trial. Uh, yeah.
Where is it?
So if you want to open that, maybe also Emily can open it so we can have the recording see. The
Oh,
Kindertot
here it
toboggan under
is.
vehicles. You could read out. We can read out
I
what
can't see any of the
stats are.
information.
No?
No, I can just see a
Oh,
picture
is it not?
of a
It's not.
toboggan.
It's not edited. Okay, sorry.
That that's all you need, right, Ethan? It's just a picture of a
That's all I
toboggan.
need.
You know how it works.
I got the rest.
Clearly
Okay.
size enormous.
I think it has a max drift
Okay,
speed
there
of
we go.
like
So if we
900 or
click out of that
something.
and click back into it,
Okay.
or maybe load it or something. So this Kindertot toboggan
Here
is
we
a
go.
Oh my god, it does have a crazy terminal drift speed.
yeah, most things like 210 is kind of the like bottom limit of terminal drift. Cool. So it's got a bunch of stats. Do you want to just quickly read off the ones that kind of catch your eye?
It has 24 HP.
Now that's 24 HP on the scale of the Astral Theater. Now that is max
Yeah.
HP. I will let you know right now,
Sounds pretty good for a
this looks
toboggan.
insanely damaged and is currently nowhere near max HP and is
Oh,
actually
okay.
bloodied and more so.
Okay.
But there might be people in your party that can
That's
help you with that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
as this Everdrift is damaged.
I know we do have another mend, don't we? You have wait, it's made for children. Two size small creatures or one medium creature, two size small creatures, or four tiny creatures. When used by the correct number of creature, it counts as a mount. And then you have +2 cover. So I imagine we could squeeze more than two people on, or more than that amount, but we
Yeah,
won't
you
get the
probably could.
bonus.
Mhm.
Okay, I see. And then the back of it counts as a diving board, a void diving board,
Mm-hmm.
and then you gain bonuses to jumping off of it and gaining speed. Um,
Cool. And then
No
it
weight
does have
limit.
a ram ability as well. So yeah. And the helm toll on this is 1d6. So
well, it's like a spaceship, so I don't think weight really applies.
yeah, it doesn't really apply. But cool, you were able to kind of like pick this up as the bark that you are,
Save
and
that.
you will be able to use this. Uh, and so I mean,
How,
yeah.
well, speaking of weight, how heavy is it? Like, if I'm not in the void, can I carry it easily?
So currently, this room that you are in is above the limit of the like skyrise of Bilica that drifting is possible in here. But there is a like a weird arcanogravity in this room.
Yeah.
So while everyone within the 10 feet ceiling experiences this gravity, the spelljammer that you have there kind of floats on its own. Uh,
Oh,
yeah.
chancy.
So for the time, but yeah, it doesn't. The weight is not an issue.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Um. Cool. So I'm gonna say your entire minute is like picking that up and figuring it out. But if you want to get any of these coppered weapons or anything, assuming that they don't overcharge your encumbrance limit, you could get a faulty weapon of sorts
I could
if you wanted
hold everything, okay?
to. Sorry?
I can hold all the things, okay?
Okay. You also notice that there is a
I
little
don't know
tiny
if there's
like
anything
remnant of
neat.
a forge in this place. There's like some sort of big vat of something something, some like uh glowing lanterns. There's a training dummy just like in the middle, and then there's like a bunch of blood splatter over here up to like this little like not quite little to be honest, size large like opening that looks like a chute downwards that literally is like scrawled on it like haphazardly is like corpse chute. And there's like guts of like monster parts near the entrance of it. Um, yeah, cool. Um,
Hooray, lovely.
Know that I need a weapon? I don't know. I'll grab a javelin if there are javelins around.
okay, you grab a copper javelin. Um, and yeah, it's just gonna be at -1 proficiency and damage and all that, or whatever.
Yeah,
You know what I mean.
sure.
The like standard corrosive effect on weapons. Um, okay. Are you satisfied with that 1 minute of time, or do you want to do any kind of last minute bardics or anything like that? Um,
That's a decent. I mean, do I want to bardic someone initially? I don't think I want to. My spell. I was considering casting a spell, but it's kind of not necessary now, thankfully. Now that I have this temp HP. So I think who who needs a bardic?
I mean, I didn't
Theo.
get any temp HP.
Oh yeah, but I'll worry about that later. I'll
okay.
give I'll give you a bardic as a for now.
Okay, what is it? What do you say as
Thank you.
your bardic inspiration?
I'll walk as we're I grab this thing and float it over. I'll come up to the front as Argus is looking through the bars and trying to see what's going on as he's about to do this flourish to start us off. And I'll like clap him on the back and sort of pull out my drum here as I sort of hit it a few times, making sure the skin on it is tight, so it's the right pitch. And I'll say, I'll and I'll just sort of like flash him a smile and go, "Ready for the show to start?"
Okay, cool. And I will say, all the while, I do believe Tad will
And
probably do
that
a,
was to Argus, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Tad will also probably be like at this time starting up an inspirational speech of sorts as well, but we'll get to that um later on his turn. Okay. So we're going to go into the flashback for Hutar, but on deck is Millie, and then after that is Mooks. Um, okay. So let's quickly go for our little flashback. What are you doing back in time as you received this kind of investigatory thing, but then also people left to go shopping? What are you doing?
Um, well, I want to do this investigation, but that's not going to start for a little bit. So I think to get a jump on the investigation, I'm going to stay here so I can be here right when it happens.
Got
But
it.
can I like, um, there's like a kitchen here, right? It's like run by
Unseen servants, yeah.
creatures.
Hmm.
Um, is the kitchen like, can I go into that? Or does it
Um,
seem to be
well,
like a
so
staff only place?
so yeah, so if we can we zoom in here to this kind of kitcheny area, it's like kind of open to the residents. Like there's a couple uh like adventurers eating this or that, and there's all these unseen servants that are like floating around all of this like produce and stuff and cooking. And there is like a little archway that you have to get into, but it's not like barred or anything. And as you walk up, you do notice there's like a flash of light and you're like scanned, but it registers your new Eon band and you're able to just go into the kitchen. Um, but as you're in there, there's just all these like floating objects as like all of these unseen servants are basically like ghosts, but you can't see them kind of thing. Like it
Yeah.
almost looks like you're inside a poltergeist kitchen. Um, as
Uh-huh.
yeah. Um, what are you doing there?
Can I do a work session in Bark by
Oh,
like making rations?
yeah, actually, you even see that there is a like for some reason like a polar bear type creature that almost seems to be like some like ranger animal companion that is like attempting to do the same thing as you
Wait,
there as well.
the animal companion? It's just a bear? It's not like a
Yeah.
bear guy, it's a bear?
No, it's just like a bear. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Um,
I'll
stuff is weird here in the Adventuring Guild, so yeah.
I'll make some rations with this bear.
Oh, okay. So do you have like the resources to do that, or are you kind of just like stealing from the?
If no one's gonna tell me not to take stuff here, I'll take some stuff here. I don't have anything.
You're
I
part
was
of the
cons
guild.
I was
Okay.
considering
It's like
paying for
yours.
it, but if there's just a bear here
As
overseeing
a
things.
guild member, with your Eon band and everything, the ration a day is free to you. So I think that kind of extends to this a little bit. So yeah, I'll say
Oh, cool.
within reason, if you did this like multiple work sessions in a row, you probably be some, but you're able to kind of work on this as you make some rations. So if we go to uh the little uh thing here, so if I look up uh an astral ration that requires chef's tools or cooking utensils. Do you have those, or are you also
I
using the
have
ones in here?
those.
Okay, it takes one work session to make one, but you have to succeed on it. But it is a common item, so you'll be using the common DC for your chef's tools check. Um, do you have an Everdrift? You have an Everdrift ladle here, which you could use, which is an implement that gives a +1. It's just floating around as one of the magical objects in this kitchen. But an Everdrift ladle gives you a +1 on
Yeah.
chef's tools.
I don't have my own, but I'll use that one.
Okay, so yeah, so you can
Sure.
roll me a Constitution-based +1 check, and this is a DC 13 to do this. So yeah,
Cool.
give me
Sure. Uh,
16. Cool. Yeah, you make one ration. Uh, effectively, yeah, it weighs 2 pounds, and you basically gained 6 yellow gems if you were to sell it. And yeah, you gain your work session in bark. If you had rolled excessively higher due to the low DC of this, you might have maybe even gained 2 rations or potentially 2 work sessions in doing this. Um, cool. Okay, awesome. Are you
cool. So
satisfied with your
I get.
flashback?
Oh, there's one. The other thing I want to do is as I'm making this ration, uh, I'm just gonna assume that this is a special bear. So I'm gonna be talking to this bear, whether it means anything or not. Just
Okay.
sort of like as a pal here.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna drink some bub here,
Okay.
sort of like
Cool.
in preparation with my drinking buddy, this
And
bear.
you have slept, right?
Yeah,
In the future. Okay.
yeah.
So inspiration uh will from Bub will wear off when you sleep. But yeah. Uh
This is before I sleep,
yes.
but I could use it in the
In the past. Yeah.
yeah. Got
Okay.
it.
Dope. Uh cool. So I think we're back to Millie, right? You're satisfied with that? Let's go.
Yeah.
Awesome. We're getting faster at this. Thank you. Thanks for accommodating my weird GMing style. Okay, Millie, what does it look like? Where do we come back to as we see you kind of starting to cast these spells? What does it look like?
So I'm holding my little leather like bell holy symbol, and using that time we have in advance to be casting bless. And that kind of takes like the full minute of prep time
Hmm.
before we go in. I'm staying pretty close to Mooks and Argus and Hutar, but also keeping one eye on the fish.
Like as an outside observer, does it look like you're like licking your lips or anything, or like?
I have like like my focus is on casting this spell, but my eyes and ears are trained on the fish and like tracking it like a cat does with like a toy or something.
Mm, I see. Okay.
Like be aware
Cool.
of its movements so I know spatially where it is, but that's like the full amount of attention I can give it while casting the spell.
Awesome. Can you post the spell in the chat just so that we
I
can?
did, but I'll do it again
Okay.
now that we're actually gonna be using that.
Yeah, so I believe if my
So
memory serves, that gives
there you go.
um 3 creatures. So I assume it's who are you doing it on? Because this one you can do on yourself.
I'm not though. I'm gonna give it
Okay.
to Mooks, Argus, and Hutar.
It's not a minute to cast, by the way. It lasts a minute.
Last a minute, I'm sorry.
It's only an action to cast.
Yeah, so you
But
you
I'm doing
could
it before we start the initiative order, so it doesn't count as an action.
wait. Is bless a ritual spell? I think that's what you're trying to do, right?
Hmm.
It is not a ritual.
Is it not? Okay. Well, then it's
No,
just an. Okay.
you're thinking of
You know
you're
best.
you're thinking of Balm of Peace.
Yes, which I think you're also probably doing right now, right? If this only takes an action.
No, I'm not doing Balm of Peace yet. I'll only do that if we're um
Okay.
low on
I thought, oh, it's
like
empowering bond, right?
yeah.
Takes a minute to cast or to do.
Right, but I can only do one channel divinity and I'd rather have Balm of Peace for later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know best. Okay. Um, so that means that the three of you are gonna get a D4 on your saving throws, which is pretty impactful. So attack rolls and saving throws all are d4s.
Is there any
Um,
specific place to put that on our character sheet, or is that something you write down?
you might want to write these in your notes. So, oh, I have Bardic Inspiration. I have Bless because I assume you guys, since you know the combat's coming, are gonna like buff yourself up. Like I assume Mooks, you're gonna do your pigment glyphing of your armor and stuff. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So I would just chart all that because
I'm
we
blessed.
will
Wait,
we
who is
will.
who are you blessing again?
I
It's
am
me.
blessing the three members of the party who are actually going to be in the fight. So Mooks, Argus, and Hutar.
And you are also gonna be in the fight.
I'm going to
But
be in the fight, but
yeah.
I'm not listed as a party member because I didn't want an Eon band, if you remember. So technically, I'm listed as Mooks's familiar, even though I'm not going to function as a familiar. But being a familiar, that also means that if we get attacked later, other people are gonna think that I have familiar abilities, like not actually dying when I will die. So
Should we
just
prepare a
Yeah.
FYI.
puppet? No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. Yeah, that is something to consider. None of you have taken up the option of going to the clerk's desk to buy that, I think it was 100 yellow gems, to buy a Revivify. But depending on how hard you want to go on this trial, um, that might be good so that if you do die, because this will be hard. Yeah. But you could also retroactively do that as due to the way the flashbacks are working. Um, Cool. But Iniko will not be able to gain that. And so we'll need to somehow survive this, or maybe just drop off the map. Who knows? Um, okay. So
Cats always land on their feet, right? So you should be fine.
That's what
dope.
I'm thinking on, man.
Okay, so I believe that is are you satisfied with all of that as your little minute here?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna flash back to the past. Um, what are you doing in this first work session here? As people went out shopping, um, and Theo has set up a little spot and is starting to get brewing, but that's only like 3 hours from now.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, Argus went to go cooking. What are you doing?
Well, I definitely want to be in part of the investigation, but because that doesn't start until after this first work session, I think I'm gonna take the first one to go back to like wherever our little home base was. Or actually, I'll take that back. I'll stay here so that I'm here when we need to start the investigation, but I might go sit in a corner of the dining room and like meditate or
Okay,
something else
it is
spiritual.
it is. I mean, there is something that like you can do the unseen servant part of the investigation. Um,
You had to
uh,
wait till 6, you said.
Correct to get more information, but you could still like try and figure some stuff out. I mean, like there is I mean, you could try and learn more about what this diagram is on it, or I don't know. There could be other things you could learn um besides like the next clue. I don't know. Um, yeah.
I think I'd rather meditate and like try to connect with my God and see if I can remember um the reference that was made in that clue to where is it?
The linked one.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can remember who that is because it feels vaguely
Okay.
familiar.
Well, now that it's your work session, you could just give me a check, a religion check right now, just to see if walking away from the rest of the party, you kind of remember this. Um, yeah, okay, with a 19, the linked one is one of the five, uh, kind of patrons of the hand, uh, this kind of consortium of godlike, uh, things that, also includes the admired one. Um, yeah, and you remember that uh the linked one, uh what you've heard of has to do more with uh kind of meditating, also was related to kind of some more monastic um elements of society. but also just trying to kind of uh, become one with like the backdrop of life. In so much as that the linked one of their uh, kind of religious tenets is that at one point they kind of almost dissipated into uh, uh, they had like a Jesus rising moment where instead of like going back up to heaven or whatever, they like disappeared through like meditating so hard about becoming part of the backdrop of everything that they became intertwined and linked into everything. I believe that's true. But yeah, I'm gonna stick with that though. That might be uh one of the other. Yeah. Okay.
This
Um.
is what I remember. It's fine.
Yeah. 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 Cool. So that's kind of a one-off. It just seems that this clerk is religious in that way, which is interesting, given that it's not like the biggest, religion around here.
Hmm.
Um. So yeah. Um. Cool. What do you want to do with your work session here? You could uh
Well,
I'll say
I
now you could take an etch work session to like try and
yeah,
figure out what this uh diagrammy thing might be.
that
Um
is my plan. Yes.
okay, cool. Etch work session is the intelligence based one.
Hmm.
Okay.
You're just a little faster than me. Hang on. I forget where I click here.
This would be what would this be?
Sorry.
What skill do you think intelligence based skill would make? Investigation, probably.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, rough.
Okay, well, you definitely gain the work session in Etch,
Hmm.
because you spend the time doing it. But you don't really bear much fruit with a four. I mean, there are supposedly there's you note that there's the numbers 1 through 5 here, which maybe means
Like
something.
the five parts of the five patrons of the hand.
It
I'm,
can't possibly
I'm
be
sitting and
five
thinking on
levers
it.
that you know about in the future. No, that's not possibly at all. Um,
No.
yeah. So, and there's also 5 letters, but they're like out of order. C, D, E, A, B. Um,
Yeah, I try to sit with it, but I also like haven't taken my nap yet, so
okay, cool. Um, yeah. Uh, cool. I feel bad that you rolled so low. Uh, and given that you're kind of a fallacy thing, I will allow you to have 3 hours of your long rest be like taking a nap. Uh,
like
at
in
the
addition, like I'm meditating and napping.
like part of your four was that you like were trying to do this, but you were so tired from like the freak out of like I don't know of
Uh-huh.
everything and the fact that you now have this like weird religious boon for a hot second. Um,
That's
and
true. I do have
that you like so yeah, you just kind of curl up next to Theo's equipment uh as he's setting up and like take a little cat nap for a hot
okay.
second. Um,
I mean, I'll take it. I'll take the pity rest.
God
okay.
has
Wow,
mercy.
I feel really bad. That was pitiful right there.
No, it might come back to help you because now you
Yeah.
only need two work sessions of rest to get a long rest. Okay. Um, cool. We're coming back to Mooks with Arizo on deck. Um,
So,
okay.
can you remind me how many work sessions we have?
We have a total of 21 hours, though you decided to sleep, which will take
Yeah.
9 of those hours. So that is 4 work sessions. But right now, we're in the future, and you have
Oh,
1 minute of time. I assume you want to empower your armor or whatever. But if there's
yes.
anything
Wait,
else you want to do,
does buying like the thing, um,
the what?
like
The
the
Revivify?
yeah, the revive thing, does that happen now or
That happens in
before?
the past.
In the past. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I definitely want to prepare my purple beat mode.
Okay, what does it look like as you take out these like the last of your little pigments or whatever, um, and like etch etch your armor to like empower it and your
Um,
weapon? And like, do you draw blood in this moment and like get your crimsoniness active, or like describe the whole like pre-battle? You're a bodyguard. You when you get to prep, it's a sight to behold.
TBH, I will probably explain this differently every single time, so bear with
Yeah,
me.
no, that's fine. Yeah.
Because I'm just making it up every time because I don't remember what I said last time. Um, but okay. So Mooks pulls out his what's it called? Great. Is it the great thing? Sorry, I need to Warhammer. There you go. Okay, that's called Warhammer. Pulls out his Warhammer, and then you see his like veins kind of bulging. He's like kind of flexing. And then like all of his body's veins start bulging, and then a purple tear sheds from the whale eye. No, from the real eye. From the one real eye. And then like these purple gooey flames sort of start oozing through his pores. And then his aura is plus 1,000.
Okay.
So he's
Um,
ready. He's intimidating.
so is that you telling me that you're actively dealing yourself hemocraft magic damage to get the
Yeah,
crimson going?
yeah.
Okay, so roll that damage and then tell me what type of magic you're imbuing your one weapon with. You could pull out, I believe you have another Warhammer you wanted to dual wield, right?
Um, isn't that for unarmed strike? Or oh, dual wield the Warhammer?
You could have one in each hand, I believe. Um, I don't know. But you'd need to deal yourself damage for each one that you want to empower. But besides that, I assume before you do this, you're going to kind of use your etching and take out some pigments and pour some stuff and paint over the group,
Yeah, I
your
like don't I
armor.
already glyph the don't I
The
already have
glyphing
the
only
weapons glyphed?
lasts for a minute, so you yeah,
Okay.
so you have to do it
Oh, okay.
before.
Well, then I'll just start glyphing first. And then that happens.
Okay, is there any other description you want to add to what the glyphing looks like, or you fine with that?
Uh, Mooks looks like he knows what he's doing. Like,
Yeah.
you can tell this guy's confident, experienced,
Hmm.
um,
Cool.
ambidextrous.
So, are are you wielding two warhammers, both of which are glyphed? I assume
Um,
you're glyphing your warhammer,
yeah, definitely glyphing Warhammer.
and oh, maybe you don't have do you have the glyphable armor? I forget. Maybe you don't.
I don't remember.
Okay, I think you just have. So you
Can
got
I glyph
two.
my static quill?
No, it has to be glyphable.
Okay.
So I think you're just glyphing one weapon, the warhammer. Do
Yeah,
you want it to have +1 damage or want it to have +1 attack?
I think plus one attack.
Okay. So you'll be at +6 to attack then. And
Um,
then deal yourself your Hemocraft die, which I believe is
I'm
still
trying
a
to find it.
D4, right? At
I'll
level
just
3?
think so. I'm trying to see if there's
Uh,
anywhere on my thing that says that. I'll just do it. Oh, that's not. I was trying to click on Zoom. Okay.
Oh, oh yeah, that's
Nice.
good.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you like skillfully take the minute to like just prick a little bit of this blood that sheds out and then turns purple
From
and
my
goes
eye.
down here. So what crimson right are you placing upon this? Is it lightning or
Um,
that's the one that I think you have normally prepped on?
yeah, let me see. Wait. Oh, I took necrotic damage. Okay. Um,
And do you want to
I
wield
think
another Warhammer?
Wait, no, I have Right of the Storm. I don't think I can just choose.
Oh, maybe you can't choose. Okay.
Yeah, so mine is Right of the
So it starts
Storm.
crackling with lightning.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Purple Lightning.
Nice. Nice. Okay. Dope. Cool. As you set up all that, let us go back in time. What are you doing in the past?
Um,
With your little
four
time?
work sessions. Um,
Yes.
so for one of them, I need to spend buying the revives.
Okay, yes. Do you want to buy everyone's revive or just yours? You could, since you're
I was definitely gonna buy a couple at least.
okay, I believe I
Um,
said each one is 100.
100, yeah.
So I think you have 260, but you could probably like
Guess I'll
get someone else to come with you if you wanted.
buy two. Um, what? Is everyone else busy though?
Um, yeah, I mean you could probably like just ask Argus in the kitchen to come over
Oh,
or
okay.
something. Yeah.
Argus, do you
Or
wanna?
or
I would
Hutar
say
is
it's not me. It's Hutar's in the kitchen.
Oh,
yeah,
Hutar's in
sorry,
the kitchen.
Hutar. Yeah.
Hutar, are you planning
Eh,
on getting the revive?
To
definitely
be,
not.
to be
No.
clear, it's 100 yellow gems uh for the revive and you will be uh refunded if you don't use it.
Oh,
94 yellow gems.
sweet.
Yeah.
Why would I need that?
Help someone in need. I don't know. Our team's gotta be prepared.
Yes, exactly. I'm planning on winning, so it's a waste of money.
How does the
Mooks,
revive work?
revivify means that when you die, your character doesn't uh and is like is
No, but
fully
how do you
dead.
like use it?
Within 30 minutes, some adventurer or something with the revivify spell will come in and like make sure that your soul is put back into your body type of thing.
Could I do that to somebody, or does it have to be
If you
like
were like a if you had a level 3 spell called
Yeah,
revivify,
Revivify
you
is
could
a
do
third
that.
level spell,
Yeah.
which you have to be at least level 5 to have.
I do think it's probably a good idea to get to buy this if we have flexibility. But
Um, Mooks, as you go to Hutar
I
though,
don't want it.
give me a just can you just give me an insight check as he's talking about not wanting the revivify? Hutar, what is does Polina learn any other subtext as you're kind of being talked to here?
oh,
Oh, I
spill
was
beans.
I feel maybe you get the sense that it's like he sort of gets he sort of gives off the impression that he thinks even if it like didn't work, he still thinks it would be worthless.
The
Or
spell?
like even if we were to lose, he still thinks it would be
The
worthless.
spell revivify would be worthless.
Yeah.
He doesn't ever say that, but that's the subtext you
Yeah.
get from like you being a bodyguard and having some like scientific political interactions where you're like overseeing it in
Training.
the past.
Body language reading.
Yeah, yeah. Which is interesting, especially your etch brain is kind of going off of like, what the hell does that mean? That this guy just like, is he like a instead of an anti-vaxxer, he's an anti
anti-revivify.
revivifier? Like, yeah. Interesting. Okay, cool. So what do you do? It seems like he doesn't want to be revivified. That leaves two people. You could just go and pay $200 for that. What do you do?
Mm, yeah, I just wanna be able to have one just in case anything happens to Iniko, and then I could like subtly
To be clear,
revive, but I guess I wouldn't be able to do that.
everyone will be dead. So you were saying, "Oh, clerk, I'm paying so that this person can be revivified," and you say Mooks, Argus, or
Oh, I see.
yeah.
They do the revivifying,
I
not.
see. Okay, okay. Man. Say,
Okay,
Hutar, why do you distrust this process? I'm getting the feeling you're not really down for it.
Well, I told you. Why would I need it if we won? I will also say, I think with your insight check, you get that along with that subtext, you do feel like he is also believes that part of what he's saying. Like he seems pretty confident in himself too.
okay,
Is he
Okay.
Mooks.
going to raise a flag that she's a familiar asking for a?
Right, yeah, that's my question too. Isn't it
Yeah, you get the
suspicious?
sense that it would be very weird, and they would be like scoff at you if you tried to get Iniko's name on that list. But you could just go pay 200 for Polina and Argus right now, um, if you wanted to. Just get it over with.
Um, am I allowed to not specify who like the second 100 goes to?
You got to specify.
To specify?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Um, okay, so I'll go definitely buy one for myself, and then um, is it because familiars you summon with a spell, right?
Yeah, and then
And
when
it
they
takes
die,
time.
they just die.
Yeah, but you have to resummon them.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go buy. I'd like to purchase a Revivify for my familiar because I don't want to be spending my precious battle time
You would know.
resummoning a familiar.
Okay, you know enough about spells from being, where you are in the Library of Fates or whatever, to know that the way the Revivify works is you need to have a corpse. And when familiar dies, they just poof out of the
Oh, I see what you
yeah.
mean.
So it does not work. Yeah. But
Yikes. Okay. Fine, I'll just get it for Argus as well.
okay, so you
I'll
get
tell him
those
later.
two.
Actually, no,
You
I'll keep it a surprise. I won't even tell him. We're all gonna
okay.
collectively kill him, and then he's gonna come back to life, and it's gonna be funny.
Okay, cool. Um, as you would do that, that's quick and dirty. You just lose 200 yellow gems from your
Okay.
supply there. And then um what else are you doing in this moment? You just talked about wanting to help out with this uh Millie, you know, situation. You could write up like a fake contract of sorts to kind of make this a little more official. Um Iniko is there like half sleeping on the table. You could go like, you know, talk to her about that.
Was I
Um
gonna be disturbing her nap or? Okay.
no.
Well, it does raise a red flag that she can't be revived.
Hmm. Yeah, Tad, you could be there too as you come back in from shopping. Yeah, yeah, let's do that. So uh
Okay.
Mooks, you find yourself kind of like after you bought stuff, down near Theo is setting up his his stuff on the table, and Tad is kind of there as well. And he goes like just waking up from a in and out of cat nap sleep. And what are you guys talking about there?
Well, raises a red flag that if Iniko can't be resurrected, should she risk going in?
Yeah. Well, Hooter's pretty confident we'll be fine, but
I mean, yeah, you guys
I'm
have that discussion, but she's already there in the future, so she's gonna be there somehow. But yeah.
should we get a Revivify for you and like somehow just like try to, I don't know, play it off somehow? I don't know.
Well, if I get to the point where I die and then there is a corpse, that immediately exposes that I'm not actually a familiar, and then we're gonna get in trouble for having a fourth member who isn't registered with the guild playing. The only
Does
reason
that mean does that
Mhm.
mean we should have you drinking any potions or being healed or anything too? Because the familiars don't do that?
Yeah, we need to buff you. Buff,
Familiars
buff,
can't.
buff, buff, buff.
Familiars can drink potions and can be healed and everything, and
Oh,
it
okay.
sometimes makes it's advantageous to do so because, like,
Because
you
if I
know,
really was a familiar,
yeah,
like you'd have to resummon me, which does take
Exactly.
time and is
yeah,
annoying.
yeah.
So let's just make sure that, well, I think I can make a few minor healing potions. We can give we can give at least one of those to you. Make sure you have some stuff on you.
Well, and
Yeah,
I
I still have 5. Yeah, I still have 5 minor healing potions.
Do you have any armor? Can we get
I
you
have
like a
just
helmet or something?
basic
Cat size.
armor, studded leather armor, I think.
Can we find like a little cat helmet somewhere in this town?
I
Um, Iniko would know actually that sometimes people who work on Everdrift ships, but that are like so big that they need to be built out in the void, use what's called uh there's like these helmets that you can have that have like air bubbles in them. And they actually do give you +1 to AC on top of your armor. It's in
Oh,
the armor listing here.
Plus,
Iniko,
then
would you
you
be
can.
okay?
But they cost about 300 yellow gems. But you could have picked it
Yikes.
up at the you could
Do
have
we
just
have
bought
any
one.
of the extra fabric that we got for Argus?
I'm gonna say right
That
now, I
I
can't
don't
take
think that does anything.
much
It
more weight.
could do something, but it doesn't
It's an air
do
bubble.
anything.
Yeah, we'd have to craft it to do something.
Yeah, okay.
I'm honestly not super concerned. Iniko doesn't have a ton of damage abilities to be like in the midst of the combat. Most of my abilities are focused toward helping you guys or healing you guys. So my plan is more to help with the investigation part because I have like a find object spell I can use. Um, but and like helping you guys be able to maximize your spells and your health and
Mm.
staying
Could
out
you
of
be our runner? Are you fast?
No, you're probably like sitting on someone's shoulder, right?
I am pretty fast on all fours, yeah.
So, I mean, if we somehow beforehand figured out that we're going to be having to drift through void, having you as a fast someone able to go take care of levers while the rest of us are in combat, that would also be really useful.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can. So let's
I
see.
just okay, we're getting a little off topic here. We can talk more about this later as you guys are kind of convening and instigating, but we're still in Mooks's flashback. Mooks, are you working to like make a contract with Iniko, maybe with Tad's help, like write
What
out a fake
what would the
contract?
Yeah.
what would the contract do?
I don't
It
know.
would,
What do you guys think it would do?
I actually picked Zach's brain about this earlier because I wanted to know how the contract was going to work and like what the function was, things that
Uh-huh.
our characters would know. Um, because I'm not an actual familiar, the contract would kind of just be an official looking piece of paper
Oh,
that
because
is,
familiars have contracts?
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I
If I was
see.
a
Okay.
real familiar, you would like quote unquote own me because you summoned me from like a different place. And you'd be able to like control what I do, um, and say, and like functionally, I wouldn't be a character because I would just be an extension of your character.
Mhm.
Um, but obviously that's not going to work for gameplay, so we're gonna have it would be like a fake contract. So if anyone questions whether or not I'm really a familiar, we can be like, oh look, no, here's our contract.
Oh, okay.
But it wouldn't be real if that
Yeah,
makes
no,
sense.
that's perfectly fine.
But you'd need someone with like some legal expertise to write it up.
To make it convincing and not just be like, it's
Hmm.
legit, signed Iniko and me.
Well, I have my static quill.
Yeah.
If only there was someone with some legal expertise
I
that
Well,
mean,
could
I have
basically, it could say anything you want. It would just uh, need to be ironed out beforehand
Well,
about
can I,
what you're willing to do and what you aren't willing to do.
with my proficient calligrapher's supplies, can I like try to make one right now and see how good it looks?
And Tad
Yeah.
like helps us use like the legal words that would
Yeah,
be
yeah, the
Yeah,
wording.
Tad, if you're willing to use the rest of your flashback time to help Mooks out, I'll allow it. I'll allow that. Yeah.
Yeah, I
You want?
can do that.
Okay.
I also have calligraphy skills, so
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
yeah. Between the
How
two
about
of
you do?
you,
How about you do a calligraphy etch work session? We'll just say, and between the two of you, I'll give you advantage on it. Yeah.
Thank you.
what do
Nice.
I
Okay.
roll?
She's got it. Okay, yeah. So, but with Tad's help, he's able to say like, okay, this is how you normally format like the title, and you put this in the top corner and all that, and you're able to, write it out, and you've transcribed lots of things in the
Mm-hmm.
library, so your handwriting
Yeah.
is pretty good. Um, yeah, you guys managed to do this, and you have enough people like, you're kind of there, and Theo and Argus are making sure that anybody who might be looking on or come by like doesn't catch on to this surreptitious stuff you're doing. Yeah,
Could
you
we
guys.
write a resurrection into that? Or would that be weird?
That'd be weird because yeah, that would be
Familiars
really weird. Yeah.
familiars
Okay.
can't physically be resurrected, so in no way would any contract make
Sure.
that make
Oh,
sense.
okay.
But yeah, okay. So between this session and next session, if you want to really write it out, you can. More power to you. I'd give you a inspiration for that. But also we could just say that you've made this document, and if anyone questions in the future, you have at least something that seems pretty official looking.
Mm-hmm.
Um, cool. So gain a work session in Etch for that.
Cool.
Nice.
Nice. Okay. Um, are you satisfied with your flashback?
Yeah, I think that's all my work
Okay.
sessions, right?
Arizo, the wild card. What the heck are you doing here?
That's a great question.
Tad, you're on deck, and I assume you're going to make a speech to kind of end this weird first round of initiative here. And uh,
Um,
yeah.
what Ariza is gonna do, um, to prep for I mean, there's not really too much he really does prep for combat. He's just kind of always a little vigilant and um doesn't really have any buffs or self buffs. Um, so um, I mean, he would probably just be um pacing fairly leisurely, not but alertly near the front of the portcullis. Um,
Okay.
and then with
Give me a give me a
when there's about 6 seconds left, right beforehand, he'll draw his sword and
okay.
shield and get that ready.
So you would know from the Gallant Gullum bringing you in that you guys are just here to advise and like do a little almost like pre-Hunger Games prep top talk type of thing to the menagerie.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
We're not actually fighting.
Only the 3.5 people will be in there fighting. Yeah.
Okay.
Oof.
But
So
as you're taking a look here at the out the portcullis, give me a perception check or an insight check.
yeah, sure. Um,
Insight check if you want to know like how people like how much can people see or how much is kind of maybe a little etherically televised, or perception check if you want to learn anything about maybe Argus has already told you about these like meteory clustery things, but if you want to learn about like
yeah.
the
Well, I'd
audience,
want more perception. So I just roll perception.
what are you specifically perceiving about?
Um, well, I presume I'd heard about like the levers and how that kind of works. So I'm looking for the levers, um, and then any um hazards or enemies.
Okay. Um, give me a survival check at advantage.
Okay. Let me change it to advantage.
Okay. You know that you kind of rolled a tw effectively rolled a 12 on this as you're looking through and the etch barrier is like making it kind of hard to know. You are perceiving and you see that there's something a bit off about this main central lever in the center. Um, but there's so much like weird voidy dust and like other, beautiful stuff floating around in this almost like terranium of a arena that it's kind of hard to tell, but like uh yeah, you just know there's the lever is sus. Um and
Okay.
yeah.
I will relay
With
that.
but you also with a 20 on your perception know that it seems like people can only really see from the outside a couple feet into this. So if you were back here, like people wouldn't be able to see you at all. Um, and you also know that with a 20, you can somehow scan the crowd easier than looking into the bubble here, and you see a bunch of various the uh, kind of teams of adventurers that were there the other day. But with a 20, you don't see Boomer Bust there. Um, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Let's go to your flashback. You ready for that?
Yeah.
What are you doing for
What
the
am I doing? Um, uh, well, folks are off cooking and shopping, and Rizo doesn't particularly want to do either of those. Um, a question. Um, if I wanted to get a work session in Twine, that's something like I'm exercising my charisma. Is that right? Like I'm um acting as an envoy or a messenger or like a speaker or
Yeah, or
interacting
actually
socially.
or
Sorry?
also drifting can like practicing drifting out in the void can also get you some twine stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah, but I presume there's not really a place to practice that in the Adventurers Guild.
Correct. I will say finagling with the photon sail fabric, which Argus did just buy, is also a twine thing. Um
Okay. But would that be enough time for me to get a work session in that once he gets back, or probably not?
uh
I mean,
I
I
mean
could also,
sure.
I could also like, um, I don't know if you would allow this, but if it's like interacting socially with folks and practicing your communication and uh,
Yeah. Yeah, you could just
uh,
choose up people
that
and try
type of
and
stuff.
you could
Exact.
do what
What
Argus
I was
tried to do.
thinking, yeah,
And
what I was thinking is I could go uh, basically play the oldest social deception game of all, which is poker. And I assume there's some gambling occurring somewhere, and it's an adventurers guild.
yeah, sure. You want to play Three Dragon Ante?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure, I'll do that.
okay. Um, cool. You find a little area. Yeah, I'll totally allow that. What money do you put in?
I have. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to do before starting this is I still just have gold. I haven't converted that to gems. I don't know
Mm.
how much of an ordeal it would be to find like a metalsmith or something that would just
You could
exchange
you,
the
you
gold
could
for
have given
gems.
you could give it to Tad, and when he went on his little mission, you could do that. So you could just do the standard conversion.
Gotcha. Okay. So I had 15 gold. That would mean I have 30 yellow gems.
Yeah.
So I will add that and
Okay.
delete the gold.
Just to be quick
Okay.
about it, put in decide how much you want to ante. Roll the dice, and I will roll my dice. And if you get higher, you will get a 3 to 2 reward, and if not, you will lose it all.
Oh, cool. Okay. Um, let's put, I don't know, let's put, so just to be clear, if I put 10, if I gamble 10,
You
then
have
I would
15.
gain, okay.
Yeah,
So I would effectively just gain 5 then, right?
correct. Yeah.
Okay. Um,
You see there's a group that's playing, and there's one of the people is like dressed up in a suit a little more than the others. And as you enter and you play Three Dragon Ante, which is actually you is similar-ish to a game that you know from your past. But
okay.
as they're talking, they mention the Fey Dyad and all the epic gambling that's going over there. And they also mention about how the Fey Diet is pretty excited about so many of the adventuring trials happening since they create a lot of revenue with everyone betting on them and stuff.
Hmm.
And
Hey,
Can I subtly try to chat up the people that I'm playing with as well about
mhm.
like, oh, so are you betting on the trial tomorrow or the trials tomorrow?
They scoff and they're like, that's technically not allowed for us adventurers, right? Oh, I see you're a newbie, huh? Are you taking your
Apologies, I'm from out of town. I didn't realize. I just assumed that it would be.
Arizo, before you left, did you say you were going to go gambling?
Uh, I mean, I'd probably let people know where I was going.
The
So I'll
the only
just be like,
reason I mention it is I have two calling cards from the Silvio Casino, which I don't know, maybe
I,
they'll be useful to you.
yeah,
I,
I don't
he
think we would put
probably he
two and
wouldn't
two
know what
together.
that was. Yeah,
Yeah.
he wouldn't know what that was. So
Well,
yeah,
you
yeah,
do hear about the Silvio Casino in the kind of passing talk and how one of the guys there like tells a tall tale about going on an epic winning streak at this one table playing the game called Squared Shy, which is apparently like
okay,
a very high roller like hoity-toity,
yeah,
reputation
yeah, yeah.
building game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh
Well, I'll put 10 yellow gem down
okay,
total over the course of this 3 hours.
roll for it.
So what do I roll?
Just roll a flat luck D20.
Oh, just a D20?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, actually, no.
Okay. And
I'll allow you to add your charisma,
just crit
deception check. Yeah,
my deception?
yeah, because we'll say Dragon Ante has some deception in it.
Oh, okay. Then that's a 19.
Oh, you did roll. Okay,
Holy
cool.
crap.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice. Yeah,
rogues. I'm a rogue.
you definitely you get 15. So nice.
Hype,
Um,
hype.
and you kind of establish yourself a little bit, but have to go. Um,
Yeah,
there's a couple
you
people sitting
know.
down that are kind of or just passing through. Like there's one merchant that was there to like do a deal or something. But
Yeah, that
uh there are now
Roger Copperfoot is growing in his reputation. Yes, Roger
yeah.
Copperfoot, the very real person. Yep,
Hmm. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So you get a work session in Twine for sure. Um
epic.
okay, actually let's do this a little out of order. So Tad, we kind of did your whole flashback. Is there anything else that you want to do in the flashback part of this? No. Tad is want to conclude?
Ted, you're muted.
There was another thing I wanted to buy that I could use Tad's help with.
What was that?
Some sort of either teeth or really fine needles, something sharp. There's a lot of bits that I could maybe sew onto this cloak.
Mhm.
Um,
Hmm. Like spider fangs or something?
Yeah, I don't know. Tad, do you know of anybody around here that have something like that?
Um, there may be places that have teeth or uh, cadaver parts.
Yeah, Tad, you instantly think, well, if you went all the way around the other edge of Bilica to the moratorium, you could easily get a bunch of body parts. But yeah.
No,
Um,
I want something sharp. I don't know. I'd even go for like some broken glass or something.
I mean, you probably could like just pick up glass from like broken bub bottles
Yeah, well, we could just
or
get a bottle
rowdy
and break.
areas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. Tad, are you done with your work session? You've already gained the thing in twine. Are you doing any and you've helped out with the writing? I think you're pretty much set there, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to your 1 minute before this. Now you're the last person before we are going to let this portcullis loose. I assume you want to use your orator ability to kind of
Yeah. I'll give a orator speech to help pump everyone up.
okay. What does it look like
Go
slash sound like
Tad.
as you as you pump up everybody?
So I just start and I say, well, we've only known each other a few days or a few weeks at the most.
Days.
And very,
It's a few days.
very strange things have become or happened to most of us. I don't know all the particulars, but I know my life has changed dramatically. And I, for one, will no longer play by the rules. Today is the day we set forth on our own adventure on our terms. We need to band together. We've been brought together by faith and destiny. And today is our day of reckoning. So we go out there today to make a name for ourselves as the Aft Menagerie.
Yeah. Rah rah.
Oh, you have spent a minute to give an uplifting speech. So, a number of creatures equal to your drift bonus, which is two of them, can gain an extra inspiration. So this is like double
Ooh.
inspiration. Uh,
Ooh.
give that to
I'll give that
Hmm.
to Hutar and the Amelia, the familiar.
Iniko. Awesome. Okay, so you have another inspiration, which to remind you is basically just you can re-roll any d20 die. Um, awesome.
That's really powerful.
Okay.
You could gamble with that.
You could. Yeah. Yeah, you could gamble with inspiration. It seems like a kind of a waste of inspiration, but you could.
Okay.
Depends on the gamble.
So this
True.
is what's going to happen now. As you say that to everybody, the portcullis slowly opens as the kind of sounds from the raconteur saying what they had said earlier also melds in, and the like this like surrounding background music kind of like rises from like some recording somewhere as like everyone's getting pumped, and the portcullis raises pretty quickly, and the timer starts ticking down as the drum rolls. And with that, I need everybody to roll initiative, everybody. And uh yeah, and then I'm gonna need a moment, so we might do a little like 5 minute break or something.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I need to make my lunch.
I didn't
Remember,
get
remember
my
if you click on your character and then click select initiative,
Oh,
that
sorry. Did I do it wrong?
it's fine.
Zach, I didn't get the rest of my minute. I just took my one little perception check. Can I use that now to strategize?
Sure, yeah, beforehand you guys can strategize
Sweet.
as I'm prepping stuff here.
So what I want us to do, and obviously once we learn more from our future past, that maybe this will change. But I want us to burst out the gate with like a power cord like explosion kind of thing. Specifically, Argus is gonna strum down a power cord. Uh, some stuff's gonna happen, and Iniko will hit their cue, which they already know about. Um, and I don't know, Hutar, maybe you can give a good drum roll, uh, or I don't know, couple bass hits or something to match that energy.
I have like other things too. I have a longhorn I could play.
Oh, that'd be even better. I'm picturing like okay, um
Wait,
in
Iniko, did you really get
This?
no? 114.
in Shrek when they start doing the what's it called? The like the thing in Farquaad's courtyard where Reputation starts playing. That's exactly what I'm picturing.
Okay, I gotta be honest, this is perfect. I wanted Theo to go first, so this is amazing.
Oh,
Uh, okay. Um, dope.
Oh, Zach, can
Let's take a little break. So we'll be
when
back.
we're going on this break, Zach, can I ask you a question? I
Like, see,
have,
oh,
no, I
okay.
have an item called the electrified man catcher that you never told me what it did.
Oh, thank you.
Do you know what that does now, or?
Give me 1 second.
I'm gonna go make
Uh
myself some coffee. We're doing a break now, right?
Yeah.
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 Have
Okay.
me back at 11:25.
Okay.
Yes, the harmonium thing that you got uh is a oh, did I make it? Was I smart? Did I do that? I did. Oh, I'm so smart. Okay, there you go. Whatever this is, it's in your items now.
Oh, it's an item and everything. How cool is this thing? It has a,
Okay.
ooh. It does this? Is this a two-handed weapon?
Uh,
Or is it one-handed?
what does it say?
It does not say
Hmm.
on this sheet at least. It
I'm gonna say
sounds
it's
like it's two.
two-handed.
It
Yes.
sounds like it's two-handed.
Yes.
Okay.
I will put that in there.
Zach, Inika's down for my devious plan. I checked with Millie.
Oh no.
Okay, I don't really know. I don't really know what your devious plan is. I know that there is one Spelljammer in play. Um,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Hutar's toboggan.
Um, but besides that, Spelljammers are insanely expensive, so I'm not going to give anything else those sort of abilities.
But yeah,
But it,
it's not a spell jammer.
okay. And just so that we're all on the same page, because it is going to be a hard fight, right? Light does not work in the void if there is void. Yeah.
Totally void.
Okay.
Definitely a void bubble.
But flight does work where there's gravity. So yeah.
Zach, I have +5 twining. Does that mean something? Or am I looking to hit a number?
+5 twining?
He has 5
Is
work sessions, is what he is saying.
Oh, yeah. Um, yeah. You already have you're already a journeyman, so you'll need you'll need an extensive amount of training to get to that next tier. But these will be helpful in whenever we get like a weeks long off, like a week of work sessions or whatever. This will add to that to help you get to the next tier, basically.
So I'm trying to climb to a
Hmm.
certain number of them to go up.
Yeah, but since you're already like effectively level 2 in Twine, it's gonna be pretty hard. Um,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. All right.
What is it? It's you have 80 effectively. So essentially, to get to the next one, you need 100 more. So
So I need 100 more to get to 3,
yeah. So
and I'm at
five
5.
minus 5. So you need
Okay.
95 more. But
All right.
they're 3 hours. So what Zach's saying, they're 3 hours each.
So I'll
Is
have
one
to
session.
plead for more and more.
Yeah, so it's sort of a long-term goal. But if we have like a week, right, and they're 3 hours each, you can do a bunch of them.
All right.
But the other guys, it's a little bit bigger deal for the guys who are not trained because they need 20 to get their first level. That's
Okay.
a
So
little
they
bit.
need 20 to do anything.
Yeah, to get
Okay.
yeah. All the
I also
new.
need more silver pieces at some point.
Yeah, I assume there's a conversion, so I assume like with the guy that Jacob sold his gold to, like we could buy more silver, I would think.
Yeah, Tad.
Did you
In
say you
turn,
want more silver? I have lots of silver.
Do you? Oh, well,
I have
Tad can use.
116 silver pieces,
Oh,
Oh,
well, Tad can use that if you want.
or 112 silver pieces.
well, I go through silver pretty dramatically if
He
I'm
can do
casting
some
the spells.
cool. He can do some cool stuff with silver.
All right, it's yours. Thank you for helping me with my thing.
116, you said?
Sorry, 112.
112. Okay, so add that. Add that to your sheet. We're I showed you it was before.
All right.
Zach, did you see my comment in Zoom?
Yeah. Where do I
What?
get this down?
No.
Did you see my Zoom message?
How do I do that? I go to the chat.
So it's this.
Yeah.
You deleted it. That's because I didn't have any left.
You said you had 108 and you used 40.
No, Zach said it cost me all of it.
I thought Zach said
Yeah, Tyler, as long as it's a size medium and you're paying
Yeah.
for the refill.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So, da, 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 da. No, 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 no.
Zach, I used all my silver to silver tongue that one guy, right?
I'm
Or
gonna
did
assume
I
yes,
use
just
free?
because we haven't been tracking your silver that much. So yeah, this is now we're restarting. This is your
So,
new tracking of the
well,
silver.
I'm assuming I had 0. And then Argus gave me 116
Correct.
just now.
Correct. So now you're at 100.
112. 112.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm sort of ready.
Randy, when you are.
Ready when you are. Is everybody here? Roll call. Go.
Here.
1.
I'm here.
You gotta go in initiative order.
Tad's here.
Where's I have too
I
many
exist. Sorry, I was muted.
way too many tabs open. Here we go. Is Theo here?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. We're gonna start. We're gonna start from the outside. Theo, you are right next to Millie O'Grady as uh the raconteur is kind of spouting their dramatic responses and the crowd is drum rolling. Millie O'Grady kind of takes this moment to chat with you in private. Um and uh is there uh is there anything she is there anything that you want to say? Because um yeah, she seems like she wants to say something fast and then be done with you.
Okay. Yeah, I think um, just double checking. We all spoke as a group. We thought it was a good idea to take her up on her offer, right? That's what we left off on.
You get the sense this might not be the best place to like do.
No,
Yeah. Mhm.
I'm not going to do business. I'm just going to say, how do I say this discreetly? I'm going to try and be discreet about how I say it and quiet about how I say it. But I'm essentially going to say I would like to move forward with things. I'll say, uh, just thanks for letting me in. Just so you know, I would like to move forward with things. Anyhow, we enjoy the show.
She grabs your shoulder and is like, understood. She gets very serious for a second
Cool.
as the drum roll rises, kind of obscuring this conversation. Um, and she kind of repeats what she was said before. Um, that just because the Gallant Golems know that you're, my official one allowed non-adventurer plus one doesn't mean I want to broadcast that to everybody. Okay? And she takes both hands on your shoulder and give me a uh yeah, perception check with advantage.
So neutral because I'm exhausted.
Correct.
Cool.
Okay, as she leaned in to say that to you, she slipped something into your pocket that is vial
Oh,
shaped.
Sneaky.
And then she's going to put two hands on you, and you notice other people actually doing this in the crowd, just like
Oh,
adventurers all hyped. A couple of them do headbutts, and she's gonna headbutt you,
okay.
um, which is going to be an attack against your AC. Uh,
Okay.
does a oh, she only got an 18. Does that hit you?
It does, yeah.
What do you mean
Okay.
only?
Yeah.
18.
You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
All
Uh,
right.
and as she does that, she like headsbutts you, but then uses the moment to like get like super intimately close to you, and she
Mhm.
flicks her eyelashes onto yours
Whoa.
in
What the
like
hell?
a interestingly, and she's very confident about this, and like under you can from your 19 perception check, you can understand that she understands that this is like weird. But also with that 19 perception check and your affinity with alchemy stuff, you notice flicks of alchemical residue come off of her eyelashes onto yours. Um, and uh, she then spins you around and sends you looking in this direction. Um, and she just like uh,
Wait,
basically
sorry. In what direction? Could you ping it again?
I'm on the wrong way. She sends you like
Ah,
looking in this direction towards this door over here.
oh,
Um,
like, okay.
and she says, uh, let's just say there's some invisible things you might want to look into. And she walks away. Uh, with your
Cool.
19 perception check, you definitely know that you now have see invisibility for 12 seconds. And
Whoa.
yeah. Um, and you also notice that uh, there are um, three individuals that are currently invisible
Oh,
near this door. Uh, yeah.
do I recognize them?
Maybe. There is um their forms are obscured by the invisibility thing, so they're a little bit colorless. Um, but you can tell by just hues alone that there's one of them that's a little more squat and has these kind of gloves and this hair that's like a different hue. Another one is
Okay.
much more like broad-shouldered built with like eyes that gleam weird. And
Oh.
uh the other one is a shorter kind of maybe halfling or gnome uh type person.
Does it
Um
look like they're doing anything, or are they just watching invisibly?
with that 19 on the perception, you overhear a little bit of what they're saying. Um yeah, you hear you really think that it's him? I mean, why would he even be down here? It's invitation only. I'm sh I'm sure, okay? How many grung are there anyways? Has my oracle divination ever let us down before?
Cool.
Well, actually, uh, hey, okay, forget it. Forget last time. It won't happen again, okay? Well, the bounty could help us bounce back into the game, boys, and let's get her done. Yeah,
Oh,
let's crack open this Arcana door just like old times, right? At the Progress Tower, huh, boys? And you see them deftly crack open this door, and even without these invisibility, they do something to like stop its magical wards and are like moving through it. Um, yeah.
um,
What are you doing on your turn?
is what's her face gone now? Like it's clear that we're not.
Yeah,
Um,
Milio Green wants nothing to do with this and has walked
okay.
away. Yeah.
Does it look like they dispelled the ward, or like they have something that's immune? Like, could I follow them, or
It looks like you could follow them, but you're not invisible, so you need to like be stealthy somehow. But there are like corners and cover and things you could like finagle around. Please though, before we forget, put like unknown potion in your inventory from
okay, yeah,
yeah. But or put potion from O'Grady so we know
okay,
it. Yeah.
cool. Oh
Okay, what are you
gosh, I
doing
don't know what
here?
to do. I don't know. I'll sneak up. I guess I don't have any way of communicating with y'all, do I?
They
Mm,
don't seem to notice you and are kind of using the fact that like the roaring and cheering is happening to kind of slip in. They seem pretty confident, pretty cocky. Yeah.
I'm gonna try and stealth my way in the chaos after them, but like keeping a distance.
Roll stealth at disadvantage.
Oh man.
You do do you have a point of inspiration?
Do I? I do not, unless I end up with one in the flashbacks, but that would be
You could give
nice.
it to yourself by saying you're gonna like drink since you didn't sleep. I'd totally allow that.
Okay, I'll definitely, while I start setting up my potions, I'll drink some bub, and I'm gonna use it now.
Okay. Well, roll first. Let's see what happens.
Oh, right. I guess I might not.
Yeah, are you gonna try and drink some bubbly bub?
Yes. How does that work with disadvantage? Do you re-roll the disadvantage roll, or how does?
Technically, you would just re-roll once, but I'll let you re-roll twice because I'm a nice GM.
So I guess okay. So it's just like totally a new disadvantage roll. Is what you're saying?
Correct, because nines are pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, understood. You have a nine on the dice. Um, okay. So, you sneak in. Um, oh, and I am going to uh deal with that. So, unless you want to do anything else, I'm going to assume you take the dash action and you're even if maybe if you need monkey abilities to kind of get through this door seemingly before whatever arcana lock kind of comes
Hmm.
back on.
How
Um,
let's, how far is that? That's
if you want to take a check for like the arcane stuff going on, you can, but yeah.
how far was that distance? Sorry, I didn't measure it. Let me check.
Uh
65,
60 maybe.
60. Okay, so I
Uh,
probably did have to dash. Um, I don't really have any like proper ways to check. Um, but I don't want to catch up with them right away, but I do want to sneak in. So I guess I'm just dashing. Um, and that's it. I'm just gonna dash in.
okay, cool. Cool. For now, I'm gonna put you
Oh,
right here
do I
in the
still,
room.
do I have an action? Or I guess if I use step of the wind, then I can use my action to do what's it, a dodge action. But I'll wait. No, I'll just dash in. It's all right.
Okay. You dash in. Um, yeah. And the you hear the like door flicker behind you as if like whatever they did to glitch it out for a second like came back online.
Okay.
And now you're inside. You definitely made some noise. Um, and we'll see what happens about that later.
Okay.
Cool. No one else but you knows about that, so take that into consideration as we move on to our next things. Now, before that though, let's quickly jump back to you in the past. What
Hmm.
are you doing? Are you starting the Questo quest? Are you working on probably working on stuff, right?
Well, Theo gets all his stuff to the table. He sets down his pack on the table like he's gonna get started making his potions. Then he realizes, well, I guess if we learn about what you're gonna need from these scavenger hunts, then we might learn about which potions I should actually be crafting from the scavenger hunt. So I'm gonna help with the scavenger hunt first, I think, and then craft potions. Does that sound good to y'all? I guess and to the people who are sitting at the table, which should be
I mean, okay,
everyone.
I'll just come. I think we can just have this first scavenger hunt thing happen, and then you can have whatever work session you want because it's only going to take like 10 minutes.
Oh,
Uh,
okay, cool.
yeah. So I assume you and everyone who's kind of there in this discussion about Iniko and the signing of whatever treaty kind of go into the kitchen to uh
Hmm.
to get this scavengery hunt. So that's Mooks, Tad, Theo, Iniko, Argus, uh, I guess Hutar is already there. Um, cool. Do you guys sit down and like how do you get the what do you do?
We go to the unseen servants. We're just all we know is that we're gonna get our clues from them somehow, right?
Mm-hmm. Hutar's in the kitchen. Are you just like grabbing a table type of thing?
I think I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
sure.
I want to walk in and like look around and see if there's anything that the unseen like that we can I can gather from what the unseen servants are doing.
Yeah, you've actually even before here last session, like basically you can like point on a menu or like just call out for something um as long as there's some like wisp of food passing by or something as if there was a waiter.
I'm gonna order some bub first.
Nice. Okay. And
Um,
yeah.
and then maybe I'll look around to the people who are actually in the AF Menagerie to be like, hey, you should talk. You should I don't know do something.
Yeah.
Because I'm not officially in it. So some of
Yeah,
us.
do you just wave like this note around that you have or I don't know, I'm just wondering how you guys play it.
Said
Hmm.
we need to be like drinking something, right? What's the wording?
Starting around 6 p.m.,
Oh,
you'll be able to find a
sipping
new
a
clue.
drink.
Yeah.
So I
Mhm. So I
Yeah,
guess you all get
after
both.
yeah,
yeah, I'm
after
sipping
I'm
my
done playing
bub.
cards, after I'm done playing cards at around 6, I wanted to excuse myself and join with and on the scavenger hunt because it sounded interesting.
Cool. So as you guys all get bub and sit there for a couple minutes, a sheet of paper kind of floats in with the last of the bub, um, and provides you with the next clue.
Hmm.
Uh, cool. This clue is again just a piece of paper with two things on either side. On the first side, it has the string of letters and numbers. B.3.23.0.2.12. And on the back, it says Archives Yet Untold.
Hmm.
The back of the last card said Unseen Servants, and now you're here. Um, the back of this card says Archives Yet Untold. Um, Mooks, you're here, right?
That's
Yeah.
Okay. Mooks, you would instantly know the form of these dotted numbers as it's similar to how like in the real world Bible verses have like the set Mark 22 blah blah blah, blah type of thing.
Hmm.
Um this is from the Little Red Book. This list of numbers. Um
Oh,
yeah.
snap.
Um cool. What do you guys do?
something that I noticed is that after the B, there are five numbers, and in uh, the design on the first clue, there's the B column, and then there are five spaces under it. I don't know if that has anything to do with this.
Hmm.
Hey,
Well,
that sounds right.
if it's a, I'll see what it is if they're actually letters.
Oh, yeah.
D D E
So
A B.
what was the series of stuff again? Did you write that?
It
Is
should
that a
have
handout,
updated
Zach?
on the little investigatory thing, yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
Open it
cool,
up.
cool, cool.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Yeah, no, I have it open. I just hadn't scrolled down because I was
Cool.
looking at the picture.
So I assume you have a Little Red Book on hand, uh, Mooks. Is that
I
true?
assume so.
Okay. With that, you turn to the right page and figure out that this Little Red Book passage is actually quite small. It's only one line long. Um, and the one that would be this lettering is as follows. Tardy, not, but right evil veil.
Hmm.
Ready? Um, Interesting. Things are
Hmm.
afoot. It seems like the backs of these clues lead to the next clue, and something on the front has something to do with some weird puzzle in several different ways. Um, I don't know. Some person made this, and then it's impossible, but who knows? Cool. What are you doing with the rest of your work session? Back to Theo.
Um, given that we haven't necessarily learned anything specific yet, I'm going to just go ahead and make a general minor healing potion with the rest of this work session.
Is
While we're
it?
sitting there at the table, I'll just break out my alchemist supplies, bring out my Bunsen burner and whatever else.
Wait, a minor healing potion takes an entire work session? Is that right? I forget
Minor
that.
healing potion takes one work session. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
my understanding.
That's what it
Uh,
says.
yeah,
Yeah, one work session. Okay. Um, cool. You want to roll for it?
heck yeah.
Yeah. So, uh,
I'm not exhausted yet in this.
not exhausted. This is an abundant rarity, so DC 13, and you have your
Alchemist supplies.
alchemist supplies. You also have your component pouch or no?
Um, I don't have it written down, but
You probably
I'm
got one, so
pretty
that's a
sure
plus
I
one.
have one.
So
Yeah.
whatever this
Oh,
is,
okay, cool.
plus one. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna add that. I'm gonna change that in my character sheet real quick too. Oh no, I can't. I'll do that later.
Okay. Given th
So
Yeah,
12.
given that you're there um with Iniko, uh Iniko, though she doesn't have much experience with like potions or anything, like sees that you've misorganized one of your resources, and you were about to get a 12, which would not give you the potion. But she like just nudges you over, uh, and you get a work session. But this is definitely not your best work, as you feel a little um just out of it, and like, dang, like this is an important moment. Like we got time on our hands. Like, why didn't I train better for this? So, like,
Yeah.
I'm not good enough. Yeah.
Uh, and I'm gonna say, Iniko, thanks for the help. Do you want this one? I know it's not great, but it'll do the job.
I don't know if she's here right now.
Oh, that's
Oh,
that's so kind of you. Or I'll
Okay,
keep it in my
sounds good. I
bag.
think you're more, I'm not gonna need it. I'm not getting in any fights. Flash forward
Well,
to.
okay. So
we
you
don't.
Um,
so you have a minor healing potion, which is a 1d4 plus 1 HP, and it takes a bonus action to drink it. Um, dope. So you put that in your inventory.
Yeah, I got it.
Cool. Awesome. Then it is da, 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 da. We're back in time, right? Back to the future. Who is next in the initiative order? I believe we have, with the portcullis unfolding, Iniko. You and Arizo are technically in the same time here. But I will say there's not really any apparent enemies. So really anyone could act at this time. But what do you
I'm
want to do?
told I did relay to folks that that center lever there, that's very obvious, looked very fishy
Okay.
because that's what I had noted on my previous turn during the
Mhm.
prep. Just to be
Is
clear,
she
and as a
like a
reminder,
space guppy?
Okay, the clock is ticking. The 12 seconds are coming down as each turn takes 6 seconds in the game here. Inigo, it's your turn. Arizo, also your turn. Um,
but I'm not allowed to go on there. Is that right?
Correct. So let's do Arizo first. So, um, the Gallant Golem comes over to you and Tad, and kind of like nicely, but
Firmly.
also like robotically
Yeah.
strong, puts a hand on each of you and starts walking you around the corner. Um, and gets you to like right within like where this training dummy is. Um, yeah. And then uh yeah, we're gonna leave it right there. Theo has not entered through the door yet, since there's actually a passageway there, so it takes a little time, but so you don't see him yet. Um, cool. Do you want to do anything as you're talking to this gallant guard, Arisa?
Um, not not really. I can't really do anything to help friends in any way. I mean, I'll
Okay.
just be like walk. I don't know what I would do
Yeah.
because
The port
he doesn't suspect anything. So
yeah. The portcullis is open, and Iniko, Mookhs, Hutar, Argus. What are you doing? Iniko, first.
Well, I think I'm leaping onto a flying cloak.
Okay, do you want to hold your
Uh,
action to go after Argus?
yeah.
Okay, Argus rolled a 4, so you'd be going to a 4 initiative.
Let me look. Initiative order.
I'm putting you at a 4 from a 14.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Uh, so then it is Mook's turn. What are you doing, Mooks? There's a lever in front. The guppy is like swimming around. Oh, we need to put the guppy on the initiative order, actually.
How big is the
Size
guppy?
tiny.
Well, I'll
It's
make way
like
towards
guppy
it.
sized? He's not
Uh,
like giant. He's not like a giant space guppy. He's just like normal guppy size.
well, I mean, size tiny is like 3 feet. Like,
It's like a dog.
yeah, right? Wait.
Like it's like my size, right? Or no, tiny. Tiny's
Your
Tiny
size
is
is
one
small.
size below you, I believe.
so
No,
it's
it's
like a
no,
dog.
sorry, it is small. It's size small, so it's Iniko size. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll make way towards
I
it.
just assumed it was giant.
Well, it is. I mean, that's pretty giant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I assumed it was like real giant. I assumed everything that comes from space is like a million feet tall.
Okay, what are you doing, Mooks?
Can I
You
make way
rushing in?
towards it? Yeah.
Move. Take your turn. How much speed you
What?
got?
I can't really drag it because I only see like a black thing.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
My bad.
That's okay.
Does it work now?
Let me
Go for it.
refresh the page.
That was the portcullis lighting. There's a big lever there. It seems like you need somebody strong to do it, and you're strong.
Yeah, but I only see black.
Well, just the way the Photoshop works, it turned out black, the lever, but it's metal.
No, no, I meant I don't even know where my character is. Oh, I highlighted something. Is that me? Like my
Okay,
I can't tell where it
something just
is.
moved.
Actually, let me. I know I can see where my thing is because I like did like a window select, but let me
Okay,
see.
so it would take you.
Oh, I can see your arrow. That's
What's your speed? What's your speed?
my speed is regular. Wait, where did my tab go? God,
So you'd have to
it's
dash to get
thir
over.
30 feet.
You just barely have to dash to get over there.
Okay.
So this is you're here. You
Uh-huh.
want to keep
Well, don't
dashing?
we have the movement from
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
true. Yeah.
The
Yeah, don't
blessed?
don't forget.
What does that do?
It says, let's see. When a creature gains this number of HP, they can immediately use its reaction to move up to its speed and without provoking opportunity attacks. So everyone has whatever their speed
Nice.
for
So
free.
you use your speed out the gate, and then you use your movement again to try and get to this lever. Is that
Yeah,
your
let's do
intention?
that.
Okay, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oi. Um, sorry, every time I move myself, my character sheet like disappears. I have to reopen every time. Okay. Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. You rush out the gate. You've been preparing for this. You gilded your armor. You've you made your weapon flaming with crackling lightning. Um, and you rush into fray. Uh, as you uh as you rush, you see ahead of you like all of these glittering lights of like random energy arcing off of the etch thing, this guppy, and then it's like saddlebags flying up in the air. These several meteors that are here. As you enter into this space, up above, uh, over here, where for some reason you don't have a character anymore. Interesting. I don't know. You should have two characters. Here you go. Uh, okay. Up above here, uh you've kind of rushed along the area here.
Hmm.
You know that if you're in with you can sense immediately that if you're in within this blue background area, you're within the gravity of all of these items, all of these meteors. But this gravity centers around the meteor itself. So you could like walk under the meteor or like be walking upside down type of thing.
Hmm.
It as you look down, you sense that if you get below this dark line, normal gravity will turn on and you'll just start falling.
Hmm.
Um, and purple above seems to be like a bubble of void space where there still is air, but if you were to go into that, you would be drifting, which has to do with your charisma score. Um, and that's where the space guppy is right now. Um, as you rush up towards this, you know the clock is ticking down. You rush towards this lever uh, uh, that Arizo told you was a bit sus. But you get close, but you're just not you don't have a high enough wisdom to see that actually around this uh lever, hidden in plain sight, is a gelatinous cube.
Oh,
Yikes.
yay.
I
This cube uh
Just eat it. It's made of gelatin.
Eh.
this cube is completely
Actually, I keep
transparent.
kosher, so I cannot eat this.
This cube is completely transparent.
Oh,
And
shoot. Sorry, my
you to
bad.
like just live on top of this lever, so like maybe slowly corrosifying it as you're getting close.
Eroding.
Yeah, eroding. But you have now walked into uh this creature. Uh, so I need you to, what does it say? Give me a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh, jeez.
The wisdom saving throw is to see whether you could parse
See
out.
it first, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. What did you say again? Dexterity?
yeah, at disadvantage. Okay, with an 8.
Eesh.
uh you move, and with the force of your charge here, inspired and all of that, um you are able to like punch through this gelatinous ooze and get a hand on the lever. But you now find that like everything around that hand is corroding in acid damage. Each time a creature you have become restrained. Also, you are starting to suffocate as your face has also like fell into this. Um, your your Warhammer hand, and your back foot is out. But besides that, your entire body is like stuck into this thing. And roll me 3d6. Uh,
Oh my lord.
you take 8 acid damage.
Eee.
And you get the sense that at the start of each of your next turns, you will probably take a similar amount of damage. It seems like you have enough wherewithal to maybe like strength your way out of this, but you also have a hand on this lever that needs to be pulled. Um, and you do have a bonus action uh left over here. Um, what do you want to do?
Can you pull the lever as the bonus action?
Yeah, is that loud?
You could try and pull this lever. It is very hard right now since the gelatinous cube is at full health. As the cube takes damage, this will become easier. You could also try and escape, which is hard depending on how much you are engulfed, which you're about 3/4 engulfed right now.
Um,
Both of those would be athletics checks.
uh, wait. Hmm. Trying to see if I have anything else. Damage, la-di-da. Okay. No, I think I'm gonna try my best to pull it. My
Okay,
hand's already on there. I gotta.
cool. Yeah, I will say right now this is going to be, since it's at full health, a DC 20 athletics check.
oh,
What the heck?
Roll good.
you got this.
Wait, where's athletics? Oh, there it is.
15.
Do you have
Uh,
any bardic inspiration?
I have blessed.
What's
That
it?
applies here.
What does that do?
1d4.
Oh,
No, not quite.
Are you bardically inspired?
I have inspiration from from something. Like I have the thing marked.
If you just have regular inspiration, you can just re-roll.
Oh, you got inspiration. You got inspiration from Tad, right? Or no? Sorry,
I
no,
don't
that
remember. I
was
have it marked from like last session, I think, or I don't
Cat
remember.
is
Also,
like
did Hutar's thing give
double.
you bardic inspiration?
I gave Argus Bardic.
Hmm.
But we all drink bubs, so we should have inspiration anyway.
Yeah, you should have base one inspiration well, if you didn't sleep, yeah. I was, I guess you could have gotten drunk before this, but no, no.
That's what I'm planning on doing.
Sure, yeah, you have base one inspiration, but if you use it, you lose it. I mean,
Right.
there's a lot of battle left.
there is a lot of battle left.
Yeah.
The timer
Well,
is
But you
ticking
did roll
down,
it. You did
and
roll a 10, so
at this point,
you
at
have
the end of your
50-50 shot of
turn,
rolling higher.
yeah,
okay,
that's true.
so what was it again? Just a D20?
Yeah, are you using the inspiration? So
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
unclick the dot on your screen. Go
Yeah.
for it.
Okay, I clicked it. Dun 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 dun. Oh Lord. Oh
Okay.
Lord.
Cool.
Oh Lord.
Oh
That's even
no.
worse.
It's okay. You take the higher one, the 15. So
Oh,
you
okay.
managed to budget a little bit, which will decrease the DC for next time.
Oh, nice.
Um,
Okay.
but in so doing, you take 1 point of acid damage,
What?
um, by like yourself further
It's
into the
because you're
cube.
you're
Yeah,
being cubed.
you're being cubed. Okay. And then I'm gonna put the cube out here. We be cubing.
But not
I'm
cute
Puerto Rican,
damage.
actually.
And that was pretty funny. Okay.
That was dumb Jacob joke.
What? I didn't hear.
Da, 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 da. Yeah. Okay. Cool. It is now Hutar's turn. Tad, I'm going to assume you also just kind of let them usher you out unless you want to do anything otherwise. But yeah. Hutar, go for it.
Uh, well, my friend has become submerged in cube,
Hmm.
which
As
like
one does.
isn't awesome for them, I'm assuming.
Hmm.
Um, I will come over here. Meow.
Okay.
And I will um Mooks is like not fully in the cube, right?
3/4 in.
Oh
So
yeah.
I can grab part of Mooks that isn't in the cube, right? I can touch them.
Hmm.
All right.
Cool.
As I charge out with uh what Argus had set up, I pull out my longhorn and I trumpet as I charge forward.
Hmm.
And as I do, this
Uh,
energy is gonna sort of resonate in me, and I'm going to carry that through and grab onto Mooks's arm
hmm.
and uh say right in the thick of it. Here we go. Press forward. And I will cast heroism
Oh.
Ooh.
on Mooks. So you get
Nice.
3 temp HP,
Oh,
and
damn.
Nice.
you will get that temp HP every turn,
Oh,
essentially.
thank you.
As long as I
And
keep concentration.
and you and Iniko are concentrating, and that's it, right? Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
concentrating on not dying. That's important.
I will also,
Okay.
with that, it give you a bardic inspiration as well.
Oh,
Nice.
thank you.
Are you allowed to
Um,
have two bardics going at once?
yeah, they just can't be on the same
Two.
person.
Okay.
Wait, do I mark it as normal inspiration on my sheet, or is it
No.
something different?
No, it's different. So when you roll a check, my bardic is actually different than the normal bardic. So,
Oh my.
you can when you roll something, you can add it to it. If you after you've rolled, you can decide. But
Is
Mm-hmm.
before
it
Zach tells you if it succeeds,
I
you
see.
can decide you want to roll your bardic. It is
Uh-huh.
a d6. So you can roll a
Gotcha.
d6.
Okay.
You can also, because I'm cool, use if you're being attacked, you can roll it and add it to your AC.
Whoa,
Hmm.
Whoa,
that's cool.
that's cool.
And it stacks with bless, right? For rolls if you want to.
Yes.
Cool.
Nice.
Uh,
Um,
I think I'm gonna. Is this round? Can I stand on the other side of the cube or no? I
the
don't.
cube is on the lever. The lever is on the edge of the meteor. But this meteor you can like
Oh
is
yeah, I can walk around. So I'll walk around because I have a bunch of movement left. I'll walk around to stand on the other side of
okay.
this
Where are you in
cube.
the other map? You're like over here.
Uh, I'm like where is the cube's on this thing? Or is it's on the
It's
edge of
well,
this?
it
Oh,
like it's
I'm
here basically.
rotated
Yeah.
around like yeah, I'm like here, I
Okay.
guess.
Dope. Yeah. Cool. And you're just like have the toboggan like trailing behind you or something.
Yeah,
Um.
I'm tugging it along.
Okay. Cool. Now it is the gelatinous cube's turn. It don't like that you're there, but you're not trying to pull her out though,
No, I did not. So
because you had to take.
yeah, that was my whole turn.
Okay. Um. Cool. So, a little like pseudopod of like ichor is gonna come out of this perfect cube and like slap you since you're close, or at least attempt to do so. Um, it gets a 14 on
Ooh,
versus your
That
AC.
misses.
that does
Okay.
not hit.
It it don't do anything. Okay. Um, then it is Argus or Iniko. What are you
All
doing?
right. Argus with the moment the portcullis comes up, strums down on the tanickler, and this new cloak that he's fashioned flies up as and it like lifts off Argus's shoulders, um, and Argus points to the fish and says, "Take her there."
Okay. Nice.
Um,
What?
So Argus animates his cape using expending two what do you call them? Charges of the Tenickler. And the cape is now a size medium creature, an ally of ours.
You have a
Yes.
Doctor
I now
Strange
have, well,
cloak?
it doesn't have a mind of its own. It only has a mind of its own for some of the time.
Wait,
Okay.
I'm taking that as a yes.
Okay, cool. So, we're saying that that moves on your turn, but Iniko prepped their action to jump on it, I assume.
Yes.
So I'll allow it because you moved yeah. What how do I
Oh,
do it?
and as that happens, um, Argus is going to use his first 30 feet of movement to just jump out the gate.
Nice.
Um,
And the basically uh the rug is just gonna do that with you.
Did we
Uh
skip
yeah.
Hutar's flashback?
uh yes.
Okay.
Just because I'm doing yours was a little out of order because and the future ones will be. Um but just be yeah, we should do those. I wasn't expecting the gelatinous cube to come online so soon. Uh and I was expecting to do all of these and then do all the flashbacks. But yeah, you're right.
Oh,
Thank you for reminding.
Um, and then uh, after that, Argus is going to use his next 30 feet of movement. Let me double check the other view. Um, yeah, going to use the next 30 feet of movement to run to the edge of the um, whatever this thing is, this islandish thing. Um,
Like next to Hutar. Oh, the other end.
uh,
Got it.
yeah, walking off. Okay, to be clear, is this bridge thing like below the
It,
space, or is that what this long
it'll
sticky out?
require you to do an athletics or acrobatics check to get there. Yeah, but
Um,
it's only like 10 feet away.
yeah, all right. And then I'll jump to that bridge.
Okay, give me athletics check or acrobatics.
16.
18. Do you jump
Oh,
to the
sorry,
bottom?
18.
Or you jump to the bottom of it or the top?
Oh, uh, like the bottom is in underside or bottom is in
Yeah, are you
is
standing
it
below?
stairs?
Oh, it's kind of just like a it seems like a broken plank of like ship wood, as if like your guys are in the void and something just their like ship just exploded. It's ever
Okay, then yeah, I'll be on the underside of it.
okay. So
Um,
you're underneath it.
yeah. At that instant, Argus thinks of Clue B and says it might be like whatever that game is, where it's not the words, but it's the sounds.
oh, what game?
I don't know what the name of the game is, but it's like if you say "Tardy not betraytivo veori," um, then it's not
I
the actual words, but it's the sounds that you make could mean something else.
So do you say that out loud?
I remember that in future past and have told
Mm.
all of my compatriots that after we got the clue.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
Do you guys all know what I'm talking about?
no, not at all.
So
Yep.
like
That's
when you if you say the phrase out loud, the word might sound like you're saying a common phrase. So like the phrase I don't know, getting married might be written as got ting mar red. It would say Gotting Mared, Gotting Mared. But when you say the words, it kind of comes out like getting married.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do. Unless I have, well, I
Okay.
already used my action, so yeah, that's it.
Cool. Okay, we're gonna go back to Hutar and do that. Uh,
Actually, I think this is a
you know
bonus
what? You know what I
action.
think might be better for this round, just because we only have the one thing, is I'm gonna do all the flashbacks afterwards. But next round there will be more combatants probably, so we can do it one by one. But yeah. Um, okay, Iniko, what are you doing? And then we can kind of wrap this up.
Okay. So I've jumped onto this now flying cloak, magic carpet-esque
So
Doctor
you're
Strange.
yeah, so you're actually kind of faster than this cloak because it has basically given you 30 speed, but then you also have 40 speed if you're all on fours from the like thing that was granted to you. And then you have your actual movement. What
Right,
is your
but I can't fly normally. So,
correct? But this rug right now is just hovering over the rocks and like kind of
Yes.
moving
To
you
be
through.
clear, this object is not walking, but it can't fly into the third dimension. It just kind of hovers
right.
over the ground.
Yeah. That being said, this would be a perfect opportunity to jump into the void on the sectional map if you wanted to, into the purple space and like get drifting if you wanted to do that. What is your intention? You gonna fight this gelatinous cube? Are you gonna go interact with this guppy? What are you doing?
I think, well,
Don't eat the guppy.
when we were prepping, how many levers did we say we wanted to pull?
Well, we haven't done the prep yet.
Right,
All
but
the
I know that
levers.
now because the number of levers equates the level at which you're trying to enter, what level party.
I will also be clear. They said that the 12-second timer restarts when you pull a lever. So you could
Yeah.
like just pull all of them at once, if you know where all of them are.
Also,
Uh,
because the higher level we get doesn't mean we have to only do missions at that level. I think it's just the
Right.
higher the better.
It does mean that this
It's
will be harder though.
well,
Um,
it's generally better though. I think in general we want to get as high a level as we can, just
yeah.
because that's the allowed missions that we're able to do, and the higher tier missions are have better rewards
Mhm.
and are funner and harder. And yeah, so I think in general we want to do as high as we can go. That being said, if somehow, and I think that they balanced this combat such that like if we're not like a level 10 party, we're not going to be able to pull 10 levers, for example.
you actually know there's a cap on this of 5.
Okay.
If you
Uh,
would to succeed on 5, you would do another trial. Yeah,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
But I just
um,
assumed that would not happen, so
I know Iniko would have advocated for the lowest level possible, just given their interests, but I have a feeling that everybody else would have advocated for trying for that higher level, and Iniko will go along with that. So if we're trying to pull more levers, and I can already see Muukhs and Hutar kind of dealing with the cube, I'm gonna do what would it be? Would it be investigation or perception? Trying to see if I can tell where any other levers are.
um okay, you can totally do this. I'm just saying the rules of the Days of Future Past shenanigans means that you could also try and do this as like in the past. Um, and then you wouldn't have to spend the bonus action to do it now. Um, but yeah, go for it.
How could I have done this in the past,
Investigation,
though?
I
investigate like
think the
We
puzzle
have
that
yet to
we're
do it.
doing is going to give us this information.
Okay.
um, but investigation would be anything within like 5-10 feet of you, and perception would be anything farther away. I also will say if you want to you give me an insight check, Iniko.
Oh,
Okay, this space guppy totally doesn't meet mind mending melding requirements at all. So don't even think about that. Um, okay.
I would say that I'm pretty sure, since based off of the intro, I feel like the guppy might be in danger and we might need to protect him. So it might not be the worst to go
Go scoop it up. Scoop the
scoop up the
gup.
guppy or something.
I don't know. It
Or
might not be able to survive in oxygen.
if you have
Yeah.
this handy dandy spell called Sanctuary,
Oh, and
that could be really useful here.
I just feel like something's gonna try to eat the guppy at some point.
Yeah,
Sanctuary is the most underrated spell in the game, in my
I
opinion.
do not have Sanctuary. Um, mhm.
Okay.
But I can go up maybe to like this. How far away is that top platform?
Um,
Let's see.
we'll say it's about like a 40-foot
If you get
jump.
If you get into the purple, you can float.
But also, like, you're dexterous. You could just try an acrobatics across, and on all fours you have a speed of 40, so you could make it there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna can I bring the floaty cloak with me
You'd have to
behind
spend
me?
you have to spend an extra bonus action, which would mean that you have no action when you got there.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, cool. So, give me acrobatics. Okay, yeah. What does it look like as you like use the feline nature that you don't so usually express to kind of like just cat jump between these meteors with their weird gravities and stuff.
It
Um,
looks like pretty epic, like parkour type thing, as I'm just like leap, turn, like all of the cat balance, um, mental calculations that they do in their head when they wiggle their butt to like jump from thing to thing. Like that's definitely happened.
Nice. Okay, yeah, you are within range of this guppy of sorts. And actually the guppy happens right after you and is a little intimidated by this and tries to like fly away, hits the
No.
barrier and like takes a little bit of damage. And
What?
you see that the
It's
temporary HP that it's
killing
getting every turn
itself.
uh like heals that back. But it like bounces off the edge and you guys can now know that the edge of this will give you
Uh, it,
yeah.
Ethan, I think you said you had thought that the guppy was in danger. I'm pretty sure the guppy is just in danger from itself.
Hit lightning.
Okay,
By virtue of existence.
we're going back in time. That's the end of Initiative 1. Sorry, Tad and Arizo, you're just being escorted out. Slowly but steadily. We're gonna go back in time, then we're gonna come forward in time, and then we're gonna have a surprise round. What? Surprise round? Why would there be a surprise
I
round?
Never
can't possibly
expected
imagine
that.
Okay.
Also, since we're back in like slow, not combat time, I think the first clue, or at least number one, is backwards. So whatever our answer is, it's gonna be in reverse because that's the
Right.
only number that's written backwards.
Okay.
Oh,
Like
but
it's
it's
gonna read
also
right to left instead of left to right.
yeah, yeah, because the other ones are well.
Okay, so Theo did Theo things, but everyone else just the popcorn in. What are you doing? Who wants to go first?
Well, there's like a library here or some shit, right?
The
There is.
archive.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
right
that's
as
what I was going for.
the backdrop of the central elevator is like a bunch of library books of
Wait, but
wizarding.
that looks really big.
Well,
They're
perspective.
archives yet untold. That means that they haven't been written down yet. So they're it's
Looks like
what's an is like a prophecy? Is that our prophecy, perhaps?
the prophecy's been told though.
It could.
What's with
Okay.
the red
Is there
book?
like a news section in the archives?
Yeah, or like a
What
where
about
people write things into the archives.
I mean, you guys have never been to the archives,
I'm
so maybe.
going to sprint through the archives.
could it be
Full speed.
Okay.
God.
could it be the adventurer's like quest board? Like stories
Ah,
that
now
get
you're
added,
thinking.
Oh,
things
wait, but
that will
that's a
be
good
documented in
idea.
the archives.
That could also be a thing, yeah.
Hutar
Okay.
stops mid sprint. Scooby Doo turns around, sprints the other way.
Okay, where you guys who's doing what? Take the lead and tell me what you're doing for your work session. I think
Okay,
Hutar,
one of the things that I noticed,
The quest board's like right here. Is there something on the quest board? Can we just look at that like instantly?
yeah,
So like a magical mystery note that says
go investigate it.
well,
Give me an
I
investigation
mean,
check.
I'm also gonna go investigate it.
Yeah,
while
I
you
will
guys are
assist on
investigating,
investigation. I want
while
to. I
you
want to be on the
guys,
treasure hunt.
Yeah, you notice like one of the clerks like is like eyeing you guys going up to one of these quest boards. Um, it takes a while of hunting through uh areas. But the uh yeah, the not the level 0 or the recurring quests or the bounties, but the kind of one of the clerk desks where you would go to actually acquire a quest has like a little poster boardy thing next to it. And stuck underneath it is a little clue that is like
Uh-huh.
and after for after Menagerie, and it's
Great call, whoever called that one.
yeah. Um, cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
The the yeah. So this one is
It says eat the guppy.
Eat the guppy and you win.
Not my third clue.
sorry. Okay. Uh, the front side just says C dot last word, and the back side says up and away. Okay. We're gonna leave the investigation there for now. What are people doing with their work sessions?
Hmm.
Argus is going to continue customizing this cloth, including uh, sewing some of the bottle, the shards of glass to the edges of it. Um,
Okay.
and maybe I mean, I guess we have 3 hours, but I'm also going to be adding little smuggling pockets and handles and eventually a big insignia. Um, but I have all the tools. I just need however long it takes to do all that.
Okay. Yeah, that seems to me like that would be Weaver's abilities, which is charisma based.
Yep.
So yeah, you're basically just crafting all of that. Yeah, if you want to give me a check, this is pretty yeah, you can put all that together and you get your work session in Twine.
Neat.
Nice.
You're just making a fancy dancy cape. Sounds cool.
Fancify.
Dope. I think yeah,
By the
it could
way, the last word of the clue B, which was separated from everything by a comma, is 5 letters long, and C says last word. Just throwing that out there. Anyhow,
Yeah, I
continue.
saw that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Up and away probably refers to the testine, to
Yeah.
yeah,
the like
I'm gonna only give you one investigation clue per flashback
okay.
initiative. So
3 hours. Like we could be doing more investigating.
There are a lot of us.
Yeah,
um
we didn't all have to run over to the void.
cool. So that's what you do. Argus. We got Argus down, we got Theo down. Who else wants to go? Hutar? What are you doing?
Uh, what's my bear do? What's my bear friend doing?
When you get back, the bear friend's no longer there.
Damn it.
Yeah, spooky.
Um, hmm,
Now, for those of you who did sleep, you need to sleep 3 work sessions. So you could decide to sleep now
Should
and
we
then like
take
use your times later, or
should we take some sleeping shifts so that there's always somebody that can find a clue in their 3 hours?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be
I'll
standing all night, so don't worry about that.
no
um
problems will arise from that.
No, no,
Definitely
no.
not.
I'll sleep.
Okay. Chad's gonna
Fine.
just like use the room that you guys now have as the after menagerie and sleep it easy.
Night, Ted.
My investigative skills were terrible.
Okay, what is Iniko, Hutar, Mooks?
Wait, can I read the little red book, like about that excerpt, or
Yeah.
what would
Want to give me
can I
a
reflect on it?
Yeah, you can do some some studious etchy stuff.
Interpretation, yeah.
Yeah. So give me whatever check.
Religion?
I I
Investigation?
I wouldn't call it religion. I think investigation makes more sense. Yeah. Wow, okay.
Whoa.
I will say there's
This
5 things, but the rule is the rule of 6, right? So we have potentially 6 clues. No, it
so
just says
you
a
spend
series of clues.
Polina, you spend some time just like with the red book and also with this little like puzzly thing. Um you reflect and you know that some people like to use this phrase as like um this is like kind of to say like okay, like you need to be you need to do things quickly and um like not doing things when they need to be done is a way to let evil occur in the world. Like absenteeism as like uh you know even if you're doing good things, like being like not doing things is inherently a little bit evil
Mm,
because you could be doing things. Is like the way
Being
that
a
many people
bystander is bad.
yeah. And so and it's
Idle
just kind of a
hands.
little reminder phrase to like remind the GIF like okay, like be ready to take action like when needed and things. And in your, more socialist GIF society, like that's important because it like helps people like stay productive and stuff. There's a bunch of these different phrases that they kind of use as doctrine. Yeah. Um and Yeah, but in that with the 22, you get the sense that whoever like referenced this probably doesn't understand that understanding of this. And with the 22, you think that like somebody who thinks they're smart about puzzles like made this as an adventure, like probably some wizard or something.
Some
Um
God
and
complex.
yeah, and so like they may be like misinterpreting stuff in a more like practical or even like less complicated way. I don't know. Um, yeah, but
Interesting.
yeah. Um, and regarding the puzzle, you get the sense that with that 22, you know that there will inherently. It seems like each clue is going to give a couple letters in this 5 by 5 matrix, and at the end of the day, you'll probably have to. There will not be letters in outside the 5 by 5, and you'll
Hmm.
just have to like guess whatever that is. Um, yeah. Cool. Uh,
I'll relay that information.
yeah. Dope. You can get a work session in Etch. What is what is Hutar doing?
Can I run through the archives anyway? Um
Yeah.
and just do some like endurance running stuff. Like
Yeah, to get some barky
yeah,
stuff. Sure.
just
You just like take a run to just like cool off. And
uh,
like there's definitely like a couple people like in this circular you're just running around in a circle on like the balcony like again and again and again.
yeah,
And you
yeah.
like keep bypassing this one wizard who's like trying to like read a book and like annoying them. But they seem to be like everyone here is like a little okay with chaos, given that this place is constantly like bustling with weirdos. Um, cool. That's your turn. You get a work session in Bark. Sounds good. Iniko, I think are you the only one left? Is that you can get everybody? Tad is sleeping. Hutar is
I
oh Arizo.
went. I helped with. Did I help? No, someone else did the puzzle thing,
Yeah, what are
right?
you gonna do to get a work session? Or
Uh, I
um,
mean, I could just go back to
you can also
the
investigate
gambling hall, or
um You could like, even though maybe you don't want to kill them, you could investigate your three friendos.
Yeah, I could. I could. Um, what what could I do to get a work session in Twine regarding that though?
Uh, I mean,
I could like do some asking around, like invest not talking with
You could just try
the
to
boomer
like
bus. I could
be
ask around.
yeah,
buddies with them
yeah, you could just like
Yeah,
buddy up with them.
and like
true.
try to get information about them out of them, but just like trying to be friendly, you know?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna maybe ask around from other people that might know of them, but
You could do that too, yeah. You could get like maybe they won't tell you. I mean, you already talked to them. You could ask other people about who they are, type of thing.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I will do that. I don't want to bog down the session, but I will do that. What should I roll?
Just roll persuasion, I guess. Yeah. Um, yeah, you actually linger and find one of the people that you like were gambling with before and talk up some people and just try and learn more about the Boomer Bust crew. Wow. Okay.
Oh
I have
my.
to actually think about this. Okay, yeah, that's actually
Wow,
pretty
nat
important. You
20.
you learn you learn some critical information. All three of these
Nice.
people were dropouts from the Progress Tower,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. Yep.
You've got Munawode and Mo, who's the short kind of um, halfling, brown skinned. You've got Macaw, who is um, like some sort of weird racial, like Genasi or like Goliath mix, but who's like uh, uh, and then you got Seus, who is like um, just a flamboyant human, um, and uh, and you know that each of them dropped out. They were all friends, but they actually were friends at like different tier levels. So Munawode was like uh, a third year, Macaw was a fourth year. That
Um,
Munawode was
sorry, what was it? The three names again? Moonwoad and Macaw
Seus. Yeah.
and
Um,
Sayus. Okay. And
Munawode,
Sayus was the main guy that I was talking to, the human, right?
yeah. hmm Munawode was studying illusions. Macaw was studying divination, um, and actually apparently like became an or got like some oracle status, probably from
Okay.
like a legacy student type of thing. Um, and and Seiyu's was an enchanter, like enchantment magic. Um, and then they all kind of like got kicked out and joined the guild, managed to pass the tests, but at least the people that you were talking to don't seem to like them very much and think that,
Okay.
um, you know, they basically tell you like it's all fun and games to be rowdy indoors here, um, but the crew that you're talking to is a little higher level, and it's not just the Boomer Bust crew, but a lot of the like tier five and below crews um, just sometimes don't shed the best reputation. They
Gotcha.
don't understand that they're like part of, representatives of like a bigger group that has like political influence and stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
And
and like,
Moonwoad was the gnome, right? Sorry, I'm catching up.
yes, yeah. And you also know that that Munawode has a summoned mount that's like quasi illusion magic or not. But yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, there's a lot that you learn about them, and these older fellas are just kind of like honestly shit talking them a little bit, and then like quiet down when the what is it rose lilies? What is that group with the ogre?
That sounds right.
Yeah. Um,
They're
when
the
they
red
walk by,
lilies.
the
Red
red lilies.
lilies.
Yeah, when they walk by, this older fellow that you're talking to kind of shuts up a little bit and is like, never mind. Just sometimes, you know, we gotta train the
Yeah.
youngin, but with great power, what do they say? With great power comes great destruction, right? Yeah. And
Well,
so
certainly. And I can
yeah.
understand some of the more rowdy and not as prestigious shedding a bad light for y'all.
Yeah. Well, uh I hope you're not uh you know, one of those journalist types, but
Oh no, no,
happy to
not
have you
not
around here.
me. No.
Yeah.
I'm just a newer person in town, and well, I'm not as high up in the ranks yet, but you got to start somewhere, right? And well,
Yeah, there's
I'll do my
there's a
best.
bunch of
I'll do
there's a
my
bunch
best to
of
not be as have a as bad of a reputation as they seem to. I'll do my best.
yeah, if you're ever looking for employment, there's a bunch of smaller odds and ends that we always need people to fill out. Yeah, go check them out on the lower level there. Okay,
I'll nod and go to the next group. Yeah. Okay.
cool.
Cool.
Okay, hope that was
I did
helpful.
not.
Damn.
That was helpful. I did not intend to roll in that 20. I was kind of just we're doing that to get a work session, but nice.
Okay, you got a twine. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody, right?
Theo?
Theo already did his from before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm scared for the next round.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh jeez.
Just gotta pull. As long as we pull this lever this turn, we'll at least
I'm
make level
s-
one.
I'm scared about my own personal survival.
Oh, right. Yeah, you have your own problems.
Now, do the levers once you pull it, it starts a clock, or is it do we want to pull the
The
levers
clock
all at once?
started, and then the pulling a lever resets the clock.
Oh, okay.
So ideally, we want to like pull lever, then wait, then pull the next lever. But
Okay. Okay. Uh,
So
yes.
the higher level quests that we saw involved flying pyramids powered by death, gelatinous blob, and someone speaking Draconic in the progress tower. So be on the lookout for flying pyramids powered by death.
Yeah, that
I'll
doesn't
keep
relate to
my eyes open.
Oh,
Okay.
I think I saw one of those the other day.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Okay, the way this is gonna work is uh just because this is like weird, I'm just gonna put all three of their initiatives together and like say, okay, they ambush you now, and then they'll just have advantage on stuff. And Theo being there is gonna like not truly give them the next normal round. It's like quasi ambushy. Um da, 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 da. Yeah. Okay, so three fig as you're walking away, Tad and Arizo, with this golem behind you, um, you see multiple things all happen at once. Um, the that 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 yes. Um, three figures uncloak out of invisibility all at once because they're just using the normie invisibility. Uh, giving them all advantage on whatever they're about to do. Um, okay. First off, uh, Seus, this this bro over here.
Yeah,
Um,
it's the I picked up on this when you were giving details, but this is the boomer bust crew.
Mm.
Yeah.
okay. Seus is going to cast Hold Person on Tad, uh, and effectively has sneak attack on this. So I'm gonna, yeah, make that at your check for that on disadvantage, whatever. Uh, hold person. I can do spells, maybe. Uh, wisdom saving throw. Tad. Wisdom saving throw. Give me a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage, Tad. Tadius. Dun, 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 dun. If Tadius is here. Tadius is muted.
Unmute Ted.
Okay. Then, uh, we'll decide what happens after Gish. Gish. Then Damuna Woad, who I just deleted somehow on the initial. What? Oh, she's on the map later. Oh, that's dumb. Okay. I'm still not getting that wisdom save. I really need that to advance the story. So, okay. With a 9, you fail and are kind of lifted up in the air out of the grasp of the gallant golem, who like immediately like kind of freaks out and seems to like need time to process whatever is going on, and like but his eyes start to like glow. Um cool. So as your hold person did, uh you cannot move because you are paralyzed. At the end of your turn, you can take another wisdom saving throw. Normal, not at disadvantage. Um, but the hold personing makes you paralyzed, which is your speed 0, and you're incapacitated. Uh, and incapacitated means that you can't take any actions, bonus actions, or reactions. Um, cool. So that sucks. But this person is concentrating on it, and you can take a wisdom saving throw to get out. Then
I can't do anything.
You can't take any actions besides the wisdom saving throw on your
Okay.
turn.
Yeah, but if you
Yeah.
succeed on the next whiz save, then you're out of it.
Cool.
Or
Okay.
if somebody breaks his concentration.
Yeah,
Or
like a
whoever they're.
certain Arizo.
Shaw. Okay, I'm actually switching these.
Or
Then
Theo.
oh, okay. Then Munawode uh is gonna go and use the pretty high level spell Phantasmal Killer.
Oh,
Gunk
Oh
gunk gunk.
no.
Level 4 spell.
Gonna
You tap into the
go.
nightmares of a creature you can see within range and create an illusionary manifestation of its deepest fears, visible only to that creature. The target must make a wisdom saving throw or a failed save, and the target becomes frightened for the duration. At the end of the target's turn before spell saves, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 40 10 psychic damage. So, Tad, you see right in front of you as you are lifted up into the air, powerless. You see McLean dying to your like pleading for like, why did you do this? Down below you, and you are now frightened as well. Which frightened means as long as you are
Oh
within
no.
the creature's something something, you're
Like,
yeah sight. You're at disadvantage on a bunch of shit. What is
Okay.
it?
you
Yeah,
can't
they
move
are
towards the creature?
incessantly targeting you. Also, you're going to take some psychic damage from that. Uh, at the end of each of the target's turns, they must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take damage. Okay, so at the end of your turn, you will have to succeed on a wisdom throw or take a bunch of damage, and then you also have to take another wisdom saving throw to try and get out of shit.
Oh
Uh,
Okay.
no.
then
This is
this
not great.
Moonawode person is going to cast. Sorry, McCall is going to cast Guiding Bolt. Um, Flash of light streaks towards a creature of your choice within range. Uh, the target takes 46 radiant damage, and the next attack roll made against this target before the end of the next turn has advantage. And so that's going to be straight towards you, Tad. Uh,
Oh
So
no.
that's a ranged attack, spell
Ted.
attack.
I'm in trouble.
And that is oh my gosh. What is there? Sorry. Oh my, that's a 19 with advantage. Not a crit, but it definitely hits you. And that's going to deal uh 46 damage. So
That kills me.
no. 4d6 is
Oh,
14.
okay.
Yes.
So do I
Okay, wow.
roll that?
14 damage right off the bat. That's pretty bad. Um, cool. All the spellcasters prepped a ton of shit and did a ton of shit. So yeah. Um, then Moonwoad is going to be like shit and look towards you, Theo, and you get the sense that this guy's attention is on you. As Arizo and Tad, you see Theo enter into the room. Um, Theo, it's your turn. What are you doing?
First things first, I'm gonna throw my static quill at um uh so bad with names. The one who cast Hold Person. Um
Okay. Uh, there. Well, that hit.
Nice.
That freaking
Oh,
hits. Okay.
oh,
What does it look like as
Damn.
this from your perspective, due to like benches and shit, this guy actually has cover? Like what do you do as you like arc this like quill around the corner and like squarely knife him in the forehead?
um I
Is it
think because it
already
was
leaving your hand like before he unvises? Like
before he what?
before he like un.
Yes, yeah. Like he's still invisible, thinks he's all clever, and I lean around his friend and like cast a or like throw the dart with a curve. It curves in between his friends and smacks into him right as the invisibility is dropping. Um, for
Okay. Yeah.
for uh, can I click this or how does yeah? So that's 15 damage. Oh, sorry,
15
not
damage.
15. 14 damage.
14 damage. Okay, so he has to
That
do.
is 15.
Oh, what's the extra? Oh, I see. I accidentally. Okay, what's going on here?
So I divide that by two and then roll for how much. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
1d4. Why is it?
I think you
Uh,
just clicked it twice. I think it's just a.
Okay,
because I get +3, and so I get +3 to it. It's a 1d4 +3.
It added that. So if you rolled it, the
Oh,
first
I
one is a
see.
2
Okay,
plus 3, and then you roll another d4, which was a 3. So it's 8.
gotcha. Okay,
how
so
much
yeah,
damage?
8.
8. Okay. Well, nevertheless, I rolled a 9 on my Constitution save though. Yeah, he done broken the the tediousness.
Hooray!
Which is
Sweet.
kind of crucial. But he only takes 8 damage. Uh,
Big.
and seems real annoyed by that. It's like the fuck,
Um,
Munawo, you said that no one was behind us. And uh,
I'm gonna shout, "Lay off my friend!" And if they don't look to step back, then I'm gonna run in with my quarterstaff on Moonwillow.
okay, uh, you say lay off your friend,
Yeah.
and Munawo's like,
Lay
you're
off
in
my
league,
friend.
you're in league with bounty killer people.
It's complicated, but he's a nice guy.
um, um, he's wanted dead or alive. Uh, cool. Okay, so what do you do with the rest of your turn? You rush in?
Um, yeah, screw it. I'm gonna hit Moonwell with the quarterstaff.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that hit.
Wow. Big Theo hours.
All right.
I'm flattered everyone likes me.
Oh,
11.
damn. Big Theo hours.
Big
I'm
Theo
tired, but I'm still
hours.
swinging.
Damn. Yeah, you
Also, I'm spending a key point to be able to do that, by the way.
got it.
I think I
Okay.
have to.
Yeah. Whatever you
And which
say.
means
You're up here?
Yep.
Yeah. Um, cool. Yeah, see this one definitely hits a hit, but um Munawo does not break concentration on that uh
Okay.
spell there.
And so I'm spending a key point, which to do flurry of blows, but my key charged strike let me use one of those flurry of blows as a weapon attack. So then I also still get one unarmed strike. So I'm doing that as well.
Go for it.
So going in with a kick on Moonload.
Yeah, this
Wow.
you are beating up this wizard. You do notice that Moonwood has like a basic mage armor, but like it's just
Okay.
totally below your level. Like you're just whacking.
Also,
Yeah,
I'm trying to do non-lethal damage. I'm doing all my bludgeoning stuff.
understood.
I don't want to kill Moonload. Just
Okay.
you
Oh, come on.
know.
Okay,
Just wanna scare him a little.
Yeah.
uh Moonwood does not still keeps concentration. That was an 18 on
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Dang. Okay. And
Mhm.
that's my turn.
Dope. Okay. Uh Cool. Well, that's great because it's now Arizo's turn. Arizo, you
It's my
still
turn.
you still have a hand on you from the Golem that's like freaking just figuring out what's going
It's
on
not
here.
it he's not letting me go.
You're not sure, but yeah, he just
Well,
has a hand
because
on
I want to try to move away from
you.
him.
Okay. Yeah.
Is he gonna stop me?
Uh, roll a flat um D20. You want high?
Um, sure, I'll take high. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. You just slip out of his hand, and it seems like he like doesn't. He's like processing what to do. Yeah.
Okay. Let me zoom in here so I have a better exact picture of what's going on. I am going to. Oh wait, did Munawod move after Theo hit him?
No. This one?
Theo. Okay, on my screen he appears like he's here.
I
Is Munawod here?
Yeah.
Okay, just because I was gonna try to flank. So
Uh,
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, right? And because on my screen he does not appear like he's here, but he is right here. Is that correct?
yeah. There is a little bit of the square you're in is rough terrain.
Okay, but is going into it okay still for
Yeah.
my 30
That.
feet of movement? Okay,
Yeah.
understood. Then I am going to um I really hadn't I
Okay.
really
Mooks,
wish
you're
you
on
hadn't
deck now.
noticed. I really wish you hadn't noticed about
Go
well,
whack him.
I'm sorry about this. I really am. And I'm gonna stab this guy. Actually first um as a bonus action, I'm going to uh I'm gonna cast what is it? I'm gonna cast Hex on Munawode here.
Um. Okay.
If
Yeah.
that's okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to attack Munawode with advantage.
Okay.
As he dashes in and his as from Tad's perspective, he dashes behind this figure here, and when he before he dashes behind him, he's just kind of holding a cane, moving as speedily and limping along with the cane fast as possible. But when he passes from the other side, he has a a long gallant rapier in his hand and a shield. That is the same black hue that the his cane was made out of. And then he twists around and does a stab into Munawode with the rapier. Um,
Okay, as you stab into Munawode, while they weren't prepared for Theo's attacks from behind, um, they uh they were kind of prepared for what they saw in the room. Um, and you see a weird like fuzz of the mage armor on this. Um, like has like almost an illusionary kind of duplicate. This is not mirror image, but a like a uh, an ability of the illusionist. Um, and it's going to use a bonus, reaction, uh, to project an illusion that makes it appear like its body is like a few inches away from where it really is.
okay, so what
Yeah.
does that mean for my attack?
Uh, just roll for it first normally, and then I will tell you.
Okay, because it is at advantage, so I will do that.
Oh,
24.
sorry. I read it again. It says causes any creature to have disadvantage on attack rolls against the illusionist. Um,
Okay,
yeah, and
okay, that's fine.
it seems like it used some sort of
But
like
with my
ability.
but with my flanking, that cancels out into a
Right.
normal attack, right?
Yeah.
So that would be the 18. Does the 18 hit?
Yep. So it hits.
Cool. The 18 hits. So, and because my friend is next to him, I still do get sneak attack, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rogue time.
Rogue time. Okay. So there's the sword damage. Then let's add some sneaky damage in there. And then let's also add some hex damage in there.
Oh
Damn.
no.
Well, I have to roll. That's still only 20 though. So it's a for the
Yeah,
comp.
only 20 damage.
In one hit.
Wait, this guy is significantly bloody, by the way. Um, yeah, but keeps concentration somehow.
Oh my
Like,
gosh.
Yeesh.
I mean, you guys haven't done more than it's basically just can you roll high on a DC
Yeah.
10? Yeah.
You
Uh,
don't really make them make bigger checks until you're higher level.
yeah. Okay. So that's a big turn. Yeah, this Munawode is like near death. Um, dope. Okay, it's now Mooks' turn. Uh, sorry, I had to read something. Um, yeah, what is the Mooks is doing with the Jaloots and its cubes is sorry, gelatinous cubes going to deal you damage at the start of your turn. Right? That's how it works. Uh, okay. At the start of your turn, you just instantly take damage since you didn't try and escape. So 3d6 damage to the Mooksenator, which is 10 acid damage. You are still restrained. Uh, and you still cannot cast spells. Which is
Hey,
a
Zach,
yeah.
how when
Also,
they gain the temp HP at the start of their turn, is that before or after the acid damage, would you say?
Probably. Well, wait. What does it say? It says at the start of your turn.
Yeah.
Uh. Oh, I read that wrong. I read that wrong. You don't actually take. You will take 10 damage on the gelatinous cube's turn.
Oh,
This is a little more confusing. Why would they do it that way?
never mind then. I rescind my question.
You can still have the
Well,
temp HP
actually,
though.
then you should have taken damage on the gelatinous cube's turn. from last turn. So I'm gonna be evil and do that. So then, yeah, now you have temp HP, so you're at 6 plus whatever your temp HP is. Yeah. Okay, Moose is not responding, so we will skip to Thaddeus, I guess. Uh, Thaddeus Von Lichtentoad, what are you doing? You have been dropped now. You're still frightened as you see McLean there before you, asking you to, so you can't move closer to the source of your fear.
which
Um,
is, but you, and it's disadvantage to try to attack that person. Is that right?
yes.
It's
Um,
disadvantage on attack rolls while the source of your fear is in your sight.
correct.
Okay.
Um,
Join
and
us in the vacuum.
at the end of your turn, you will take 4d10 psychic damage.
And then makes the
Um,
save, or does he
and,
make the save first?
and how are you at
And,
21?
I'm
Shit.
at
hang on.
7.
Okay.
Wait, why is he at 7? Oh, because he took the
I
guiding bolt.
took
That's right.
14 damage last
Yeah,
turn.
Yeah.
from the guiding bolt. The
Mhm.
Zach, does he make the save and
At the
then
end, at the end of his turn is what it
no?
says.
Well, does he? Okay, he takes the damage before making the save, or he takes damage if he fails the save.
If he fails to save, he takes damage.
Okay, so if he makes the save, he doesn't take the 4d10,
Correct.
but he's
Also,
still
if you
cursed.
killed that guy that cast a spell on you, you wouldn't take it either.
That's true.
Correct.
Also, Zach, when I cast Hex last time, I needed to technically specify an ability. I'm gonna make Muna Wode not good at intelligence-based things.
Okay, can you put in the chat? Because I still, after many years playing this game, don't understand what
He
Hex does.
has disadvantage on just ability checks.
Okay.
I'll try and shoot him with my short bow.
Okay, so you're at disadvantage from being frightened,
Yeah,
right?
I've got all kinds of problems.
Yeah.
Let me see.
So roll of that damage, and Polina, whenever you're back, let us know. Gring, ging, 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 ging.
So do I click on my short bow or what?
Yes.
Shoot.
Come on, guys, you can make it through three rounds of combat.
We can do it, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. You probably miss, but technically you're at disadvantage.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, you're at disadvantage. I want to know if you get a crit fail.
Roll
Just
again.
roll again.
Just click the same button. Hey,
Nice. Okay.
Consistency.
Cool. So yeah, you miss as you like try and shoot this like this halfling is being teamed up on. But instead you like McLennan like pleads and like walks in front of your arrow and you like shoot wide to not hit him. Um, what else are you doing in your turn? You can't move towards the target, but I guess you technically could run away.
You can also dash and hide, and you could help someone, which is what your subclass, the teacher you just got. If you want to give someone advantage on something like an attack or something.
I'll give Arizo advantage through my master of tactics.
Nice.
Okay.
That's
Awesome.
good.
Yeah, Rogue Gaming. That'll be a staple, I have a feeling, because rogues like advantage. So thank you,
I'll
sir.
How do you
I'll-
do like what does it look like as you do that? Like are you speaking to him or
You're just calling out a weak point, maybe?
to starting at third level. Oh, I don't know. Let's see.
He's just saying, how do you do that in the game?
Like,
Like
what's the
like what are you
what's the
saying or doing to
I just say,
accomplish that?
get him, Arizo! And kind of jump off to the side, trying to get a little more cover.
okay. So, uh And do you move or do you just stay still there?
You could maybe go behind that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
try and get cover behind.
Okay, you go like into the monster spittle, and maybe you get some cover behind the little uh mannequin thing.
Yeah, behind the
Okay,
golem.
nice. Dope. Then it is the end of your turn, so roll me a wisdom saving throw. I think that's also at
Uh,
disadvantage from frightened.
Is that?
no, the saving throws aren't.
Or is
But
it?
he
Oh my
rolled
god,
a
a 5.
7.
Okay, roll 40 10 damage. There is a way you can
No.
survive this if you roll real lucky.
It's pretty unlikely. You know how to do that?
Don't really know how to do 4d10.
You want me to roll it for you?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Wait a
will
second.
roll 4d10. I rolled
Oh,
very badly for
oh no.
you.
Okay. Um, this, yeah. Uh,
Ethan, roll that damage against the enemy, not our friends.
Sorry. I just, that one was just a double check. Okay. You take 28 damage, Tad.
what is
Sorry.
your max HP?
Oh no, don't ask that question.
I only have 7 hit points. So puts me at -21.
Okay, so this golem who you're standing behind is going to finally use one of its reactions. Um, and is uh is going to like try and reach out and just grab back hold of you because you were like wrenched out spell wise from it. Um, and it can just do that. It can grapple as a reaction. But in so doing, uh, like uh holds you there as uh you uh would have taken uh enough damage to fully die. But something about the frits on this golem like being weirded out has like absorbed some of this psychic damage. Um, but you are now at 2 death saving throws, and will die next turn if you roll a failure. Roll. Okay,
What do I roll?
nothing.
You're at two
Nothing
death throws.
yet.
Oh,
You're
I
at two death throws.
Okay,
You could die if you roll bad next time. So don't roll bad.
You don't do that yet.
Oh, okay.
okay. Um,
Thankfully, because that would have been you would have died.
Hutar,
Well,
it is your turn.
Well, I don't know what's going on.
You do look up towards the board and the time is ticking down. It's like 6, 5, 4, 3. Uh and Mooks
Well,
is still not taking their turn actually. Wait, Clean, are you back yet? No.
I
Okay. We might have to
do
take
kind
one.
of wish Mooks was here to know if I
Yeah.
needed to pull the lever or not.
Okay, I'm going to assume that Mooks is going. I'm just going to take Mooks' turn, like
Can
the
Mooks
GM curse
pull the
is.
lever?
Uh,
Pull the lever, Mooks.
That's a bonus action?
okay, Mooks first is going to take 10 damage, like we said. So that's 6, and then is very wounded.
Did you have the 3 temp HP in there?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Um, and then is going to uh
Plus the temp HP that generates at the start of the turn,
Well,
right?
that one, that's the 3 I meant.
Oh, that
That
is the
is the
3.
3.
um. Okay, yeah. Mooks is going to roll athletics. What do we got here? Come
I
on.
believe I believe in you, Mooks. even if you aren't real. Oh!
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay.
Good job, Mooks.
Mooks like pushes the lever here, and in so doing also deals 1d6 damage to this gelatinous cube. Not that. What did I? Okay.
Whoa! Rolled a 16 on a 1d6?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's really
Yeah, Zach, I think you have some broken dice there.
As long as they're broken in our favor.
Okay, yeah, and then that's I think Mooks would probably try and escape, right?
Yeah. Get out
Yeah.
of there,
Yeah.
Mooks.
Okay. And that's another athletics check as an action then to
Oh,
escape. Oof. That might be
Mooks is blessed.
Mooks
with
is blessed. This bless would work here.
I am still concentrating. Yes.
yeah, okay, let's do the bless.
And
I will
doesn't she
say
have a bardic from
Does have
Mr.
a
Hutar?
bardic.
okay,
We'll see where the
Hutar, you're in
bless
charge.
goes.
You're in charge here. I will say
Okay.
yeah, this is
You wanna
possible.
roll?
You need to
You
roll
want me to
your
roll? Okay.
yeah.
Okay, well, the bardic can do it. Should I
Yeah.
use the bardic?
Do it.
Do it.
I think it's important.
Okay, yeah, that just
Oh
barely
no.
that just barely makes it through. This isn't like
Oh, nice.
Really?
yeah. Uh yeah.
Minimum effort needed.
Or like
Maximum
maximum
effort.
effort, minimum
Yeah.
effect. Yeah.
Maximum minimum effort needed.
yeah.
No, that was a Deadpool moment. Maximum effort.
Okay.
Maximum effort.
Yeah, and then Mooks is going to uh yeah, probably all that he can do is the movement action. Maybe jump away because
Yeah.
Should
they're
I?
pretty low. He'll just move like not so that he needs to take an athletics check, or he, and just will jump like the other side of this um meteor of sorts. Now, when this is pulled on initiative, whatever this is, 8, the timer ticks back to 12, and spawning in, Iniko, give me a uh insight check. Spawning in around the like void-ish type thing. You don't know anything special about these. Are 4 clusters of bats that just like appear. Uh so yeah, great.
Wanna know what I know about bats? They probably like space goldfish.
Yeah.
That's true. But they don't get a turn because they just spawned in. But they're gonna happen uh whatever initiative they spawned in is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, wait a minute. I have mage hand.
Oh, you're back. We did your turn, by the way.
I saw. Sorry.
Okay. Uh,
You did great.
You pulled the lever and you're free from the cube.
Yeah.
cool.
Yes.
Where are these
Thank
boys?
you.
Come on. Okay, okay. Token layer. There you go. Okay, one appears over here. One appears over here. One appears over here. One appears over here. And
Oh no.
I'm just gonna put 2 of them in here for now, I guess.
I'm afraid.
Dunk, 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 dunk. You can check the section uh thing, but they appear like below, and the guppy is above, so they're like below y'all. Okay. Uh, dope. They use their entire turn to like swoop out from under you guys and kind of like get just barely into like the gravity area. Um, and uh, yes. one of them gets close enough because Argus, you're on the underside to attack you. Uh, and just swarm of bats. It going to attack Argus, and it does an 11 hit you.
Nope.
Okay, then it is the turn orders. Thaddeus von Lichtentoad. Go for it. No, wait, we did that already. My bad. Uh,
Do I
Hutar.
do my saving throw or
No,
next turn?
sorry, we like skipped back and now we're skipping forward. Hutar.
Yeah. Hutar doesn't need to save Mooks, because Mooks is alive and
But
not
say
in a cube.
Well,
Hutar
Mooks is very
preemptively
wounded
saved Mooks.
looking,
Yeah,
but
I'm at
yeah.
Hutar
650.
preemptively saved
Oh,
Mooks by casting the Bardic Inspiration.
well, that I could try to deal with that. Not like the best at that, but I am okay at it, I guess. Do we need to save? I kind of want to try and save this fish, though.
Okay.
Can I?
I think, I think, Hutar, you represent like the latter half here of people.
Uh,
Before we do the latter half, Hutar, Argus, and Iniko, we're gonna blip back in time. So it's gonna be Hutar's
Sounds
turn
good.
when we come back. Okay. Uh, Dope. We're going back in time and we're doing the timelines for Theo, Arizo, Mooks, and Tad. Uh, what are you guys what are you guys doing with you now? It is
It's
what is it?
getting a little
9
late. It's now 9 p.m. because
Yeah.
we've done 2 work sessions. Arizo has had a long day. I think Arizo's gonna sleep.
Okay, Arizo is sleeping. And Tad, I assume you're also still sleeping?
I need to sleep for 2 sessions.
Two more. So this would be the
Okay,
first of these two, yeah.
I'll stay asleep.
Okay, then it is so now we've had two sleeps for Tad, one sleep for Arizo, and one sleep for Iniko out of three. Theo and Mooks, what are you doing?
I
You
want
could
to.
advance the investigatory stuff if you
That's
want.
what I want to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good to
Is it
me
the same
too.
where like I could do that and also work on potion?
Yes.
Well, what was that, Mooks?
I'm down too.
Sweet. Let's do it. Let's see. What do we got? That up and away. I think what Argus was saying about the test time is probably accurate. That feels right, right?
Mhm.
For
uh,
up and away. Oh, there's the elevator. Why don't we go to the elevator?
Yeah. Okay. You guys go to the elevator?
Yeah. Let's go check out
Okay.
this elevator.
You guys go and go up the elevator, and you find your way to the Testine connection point, which is still being worked on, but it looks like it's like almost back to normal, at least the area near here. And um, at the top, uh, give me a investigation check.
Sweet.
Everyone?
I guess just you two that are there, or anyone else, I guess, who wants to join. Damn, with the +6. Okay, yeah. Um, you've never, maybe you've been that's there in the Gith conservation near the Gith conservation, but the Gith conservation is a little bit removed from this, so it's a little bit new for you. But you do kind of go over to like where the launchy pad thing is, and you see in like one of the bushes there, pretty blatantly obvious, is like a signpost with like a envelope strapped to it, just to make sure it's super obvious to see. Um, and as long as you like go around the corner looking for it, you find. this next clue, which yeah. Gung, gung, gung. Dun, dun. Just says D dot first word. And then the back of it has like this little time changed question mark area. Um
Tardy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tardy is 5 words. I mean 5 letters.
so based on maybe what you've found, you could maybe fill in 15 letters.
Well, so far I've got 10 written. I'm gonna work on with these 5 in.
Nice.
That might be enough to just like brute force it. Who knows? Um, yeah, I think yeah. Okay. Cool. What are you doing with your 2 work sessions, peoples? Uh,
By the way, y'all, can you see this? Is that visible? It's probably backwards, isn't it?
It is not visible.
All right.
You might need to
Wait, what
like
was
take a
the
picture and
first
put it in the group chat.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna make it a little better with the numbers with it too, and then
What
I'll.
was your first? Or you said you have 3 words now?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
What was the third
B,
word? Or I guess the
B,
first word?
B. I did your guess with the numbers of the letters of the alphabet, so it's not actually a word. It's just CW space BL. I don't know if that's anything.
Stump.
Yeah. I also tried it with indexing at 0, which makes
Okay.
DYACM, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I sh one thing is that the space where if 0 is a space on the grid is also not corresponding to any of the numbers, so it's
Yeah,
possible that
so like either of those could be possible.
yeah. Anyhow, I will I will finish writing this and then I'll text it to the group. But Theo's gonna go back to the table after finding this and write this out and then resume making potions. And it's just gonna be another minor healing potion.
okay, go for it. Roll for the healing potions.
Unless or maybe he'll ask like who's it's Mooks is awake.
Hmm.
Um Mooks, do you think we should get any sort of resistance potions, like a fire resistance, or should I make anything like that?
Oh. Mm. Acid damage resistance.
I wonder if you're gonna encounter any acids. Could do that.
You could make an informed decision on that. I think Hutar, being the
Okay.
most
Uh,
adventurer adjacent person, might
yeah.
know what most common
There
type
are a
of
lot
thing.
of
Yeah.
acid. The waters of the uh what is it called? Fuck. I
The
forget.
blanket, the
The
blankets of
blankets are
yeah.
made of acid. They're
Okay.
often divers go equipped with things that give them resistances or immunities to acid. If they wanted to test us on something like that, I
Okay.
also creatures that live within them often wield such capabilities. So if they've got
Cool.
monsters,
I could do that. You want me to do that? I mean, here, you want me to read you all the potions I could do? Or that's a lot. It's a lot. Maybe not.
that's a lot.
Most of the damage types, but acid seems good. There was like that makes sense.
Do you have a
Is it
bat
likely?
resist potion?
I have an animal friendship potion I
No, I'm just kidding.
Could that make us
could.
friends with the fish?
It could. It probably could, but I don't know if we're allowed. Are we allowed to make that level of informed decision? Or?
No.
Okay.
Um, yeah. There are
I
other
also
ways
have a bunch
you
of
could make friends with the fish, though. Millie specifically. Yeah.
I could
Can't
punch
you
it into
retroactively
submission.
eat the resistant?
Not retroactively, but I mean,
Okay.
going forward. It seems like
uh,
a smart thing to do to have some sort of damage resistance, I feel like, right? Like that's could be significant if
Probably.
we guess correctly. I'll go ahead and make an acid potion of acid resistance. Why not?
Force is another like big one that just a lot of stuff in the void does, right? Mac, or
Or yeah,
is that true?
may, nah, I don't know.
Okay, never
Lightning
mind that.
is a bunch of Jade Ray stuff. If they ever like,
uh,
yeah, but
lightning is a little bit cheaper than a little less resource heavy than the acid resistance.
I
I
don't know.
suppose lightning could be useful.
I feel like healing's always good if you
That's
want to
fair.
make some more
Healing,
of that.
healing
Healing,
is
healing's
Applies
giggles.
to
just
everything.
Use
Minor
cases.
healing is our cheapest option, and I can
What
make the
about
most.
what about like less minor?
The thing is, I'm realizing looking at the numbers here, with the way that my crafting is working, it'd be better, at least right now, for me to just make a bunch of minor healing potions than it would be to make a healing potion.
Sure,
Um,
sure,
so
do that.
we want to do that instead of any sort of damage resistance, you think? The damage resistance takes up a lot. It's like, uh, for reference, like the cost of a potion does factor in to how expensive it is to make, and a minor healing potion costs like 25 yellow gems, whereas acid resistance costs 60. So it's a lot of resources for acid.
Healing. I vote healing.
Okay, you make a healing.
Okay,
Yeah.
Do a
cool.
check for your artisans and add your implementy stuff.
Sounds good. So the plus one is not calculated in yet. I'm just going to click it and we'll add plus one. Make sure. Yeah, I gotta make sure. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you make two healing potions
Nice.
and gain a yeah, but you pay the correct cost to make two. And yeah,
Oh,
and then
so it costs the same amount of materials. You just do it in half the time, essentially.
yes. Mm-hmm. Dope. And you gain your work session. Nice. Mooks, what are you doing?
Um, let's see. Hmm.
If you wanted to
How
do
can I
more
heal?
investigatory stuff, I could give you more hints on the puzzle like I did before.
Oh, okay.
But what else do you want to do? Sorry,
Uh,
you were saying?
is there a way for me to like heal myself in any way?
Well, you're at full health right now.
Oh, wait.
In the past, yeah.
Here. So also, I already gave Iniko a minor healing potion. I think we should divvy it up amongst everyone
Yep,
who's going to be
sounds
in the
good.
raid. So Muukhs, here's one, and Hutar, here's one.
Thank you.
Nice.
Cool.
by the way, Hutar and I still have 5 from when we bought them a while ago.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I have 3 total now.
I have one already, so I'll make that
Yeah,
two.
the minor healing potions are nice because they're quick to make, but it also like every potion costs a bonus action, so like having the major healing potions is really powerful, but they're hard to get. Um, cool. So with that, Mooks, what are you doing?
Can I, do I have to re-etch like for stuff? If so, like for the next battle? And does it take more ink to do that?
Yeah, you have to pay ink every time you or pig.
I
Yeah.
might need to get more ink.
Okay, I assume that they got you ink on their travel run or whatever,
Okay.
so
When
you
they
can
went
pay for
shopping.
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's
Um.
retroactively. I'll like give some money for
Yeah.
that or
Okay,
something.
just roll me, do something etchy related, and then we can go back because I want to finish this
Oh,
round, and then we'll be doing a pause.
bro, I don't know. I don't know what I should do.
Okay, just roll, and I'll
Can
give
I
you a hint.
practice my calligraphy?
Yeah. What do you want to? Do you want to practice void glyphing? You're gonna like.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Uh, dope. Just why don't you roll me for how long it takes to do a void glyph
Okay.
at your level, which would be uh in the etch thing. Uh, so intelligence modifier plus your glyph
Okay.
bonus of +2.
So
So just roll that.
D20, right?
Oh wait, actually you don't roll
No, I
it.
don't
It
roll.
just is.
No,
What's your intelligence modifier?
it is 4.
4 + 2 is 6. You can 1 minute, do a 30-minute duration guy. So maybe you take 30 minutes, you take 3 hours of a work session, and you could make a um an etch bubble that like surrounds something for 24 hours. So maybe as people are sleeping, you're like practicing etching and you're making a little bubble around them, protective. So I mean that might honestly be really useful if
Yeah.
something crazy happens
Okay.
in the next
And
24
you're
hours.
saying this
Um,
bubble lasts for
yeah.
24
Oh,
hours and it moves along with us?
correct, because you spent
No?
no,
Or replace
it's
it?
wherever you place it. So I'm
Sure.
assuming
Yeah.
you're putting in
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
bedroom or whatever.
All right.
Okay. So, um, cool.
Was this the
Then
second or the third work session?
this is the
Third.
third section. The
Okay,
second.
then
number.
Argus is going to take his first sleep
How many
because
do we
Argus
have
hasn't done
total?
anything
Or how
during the
many do
third
we have
one.
left?
We have two more left
Two
if you're
more.
sleeping. Yeah,
No,
but
There are
okay.
seven
we do.
total. This was the third one.
Okay, so I'll keep running
Okay. Yeah, sure.
so that we can stagger the
We'll
sleep.
finish the work sessions here, and then we'll do the rest of it. Sure. Uh, so Hutar, you're gonna keep running. Uh do a check for that, I guess. I don't know. Or just yeah, I'll just allow you to get it if you keep running.
All
Though if you
right,
did this
cool.
one more time, you would be exhausted from 3 or 9 hours of running. Um, cool. Iniko, Argus. Argus is sleeping. Iniko, are you sleeping?
Yes, I am sleeping. And then last time I went to the adventure posting board and found the second clue, but I didn't. Did that take the full 3 hours finding the second clue?
No,
Okay.
but I thought
Then
you did other stuff. No?
no,
Oh,
we
did I
didn't
skip
come
you?
back.
Guess
So
not.
I was gonna say that I then slept.
Okay. No. Okay. Awesome.
So this is my third sleep.
Your third sleepy deepy. Okay. Then it is back to the combat.
Oi.
We're back to combat.
All right,
Um,
it's my turn.
yes. Does anybody feel like confident enough about a theory for where the next lever could be? Just gauging.
I mean, 3 could be ladder something. 'Cause there's 2Ds, but that's all I got.
Oh yeah, should I try to head towards the lever? I'm gonna try to hit. I guess probably I should, right? Where do people think levers are?
I mean, I was just
Theo, where are the levers?
I don't
They're
know.
mounted on something. I assume they're not just free floating. So trying one of the other rocks islands.
Do you see anything happening? Is the portcullis open or did it
Close
close
behind
behind
you
us?
guys.
Okay.
Well, what are your clues saying,
I'm
Asa?
having a hard time reading it, to be honest. I don't understand. I mean, hard time understanding it, to be honest. I've got like if three right now as I have it is B space space D D or C space space D D.
Um,
Other way around. Other way around. It should be
yeah.
3 should be 9 letters long. So it's
9?
blank blank DD blank blank whatever the letter is from the B column blank blank.
Why would it be so long? I thought it's 5 letters.
Well, so you see on the thing how there's extra little extension
Oh,
bits.
yeah.
Those are at least I assume based on my analysis of the first clue that that's what
Well, yeah, because the
that's what's
one
going
was.
on there. Also, I assume that you read it from from right to left. The only reason I say that is because 1 is the only one that's backwards.
Wait, but
Well,
then if they're pointing from the other direction, what if it's actually like
Okay.
the other
It,
way?
it could be the other way. I don't think we have a good enough idea either way.
we don't really have a good idea where the levers are, but we might need to get to. I might need to get to one because I'm good at pulling them if they're all hard to pull.
Good.
So
There's also
I was
Gillette
gonna
right next to you.
I was gonna jump towards the fish.
Yeah, does it
But
have
should
to
I
be
leave that to
different
some- I should
levers?
leave
Can we
some
just
to
pull the
someone else?
same lever again? What?
Oh, sorry.
Where's the adventure
I'm sorry.
quest? Or like,
I didn't say something important. When you pulled that lever, it also just like dissipated.
okay,
And
so
Oh, that's
that
a
lever's
that's a
gone.
no. I figured it was a no.
Yeah.
But actually, Mooks, give me a Arcana check as it dissipates
Yoinks.
into past.
Does it just move?
16. It's gone, but something about your minimal understanding of arcane says it's not fully gone. Um,
Ooh,
yeah.
What does that mean?
I detect that it's not fully gone, even though it looks like it's gone.
It's not there. You can't physically interact it. You can't see it.
What if it's in a
But
different dimension, guys?
Oh,
Well, I can't do anything about it being in a different dimension, so, you know.
yay.
Tyler,
I
were
Uh,
you?
kind of want to just run over here,
run over where?
but I could get my toboggan going.
You could toboggan it. This is
Yeah.
true. There's
I
also a
mean,
gelatinous cube that you
there's
have to
a
defeat at some point.
Do we
Yo.
have to defeat it at some point? I was planning on just leaving it there.
I mean, you could just leave it there, yeah.
you
I
could
mean, can it
also
even get off this rock?
if you're feeling lucky,
Gelatinous cube?
you could try and swerve into some bats.
Yeah.
The bats are so far away.
They're on Argus right now.
Are
Yeah,
they?
one of
Maybe I'll
them's
run up. Where is?
Oh,
Oh, they're
sorry.
not moved on
Oh,
this
my bad.
map.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's the only one that shifted.
Hmm.
Okay, well, maybe I'll run over and help Argus then.
Okay.
Well,
if you're decent at drifting, you could just try drifting around and search for a lever.
I am. I think there's one. I get the feeling that there's one over here somewhere. So hopefully by the time my next turn rolls around,
Okay.
we'll know where it is, and I'll come
So you're
here.
gonna take an opportunity attack from the pseudopodic thing coming out of the ooze.
Whatever.
Whatever.
This guy sucks.
That's a nat 20 though.
Ah,
Um
worthless.
and
Oh man.
my uh
You,
that
you
it's got a +4, so that was banned and that was a nat 20. Uh
That's very unfortunate.
oh my God. Uh
Yikes.
yeah, that is 23 damage to
It
your face.
real, bro? What the fuck?
Oh.
It does 3d6 and then yeah.
Hey. Well,
the clue could be a bottom instead of ladder.
Yeah.
Or like the
well,
underside.
that's most of my health. I am almost dead now, but
Damn.
I will
I'm sorry, dude, he crit. I just
hit this vat, I guess.
okay, do it.
I mean, it's what it is. This my thing should be higher, shouldn't it? It's 2 plus. Oh, I guess it's not. Okay, we're gonna hit the vat. Eh.
Yeah, that hits. And you hit like this is a swarm of bats that you were like slicing through. As you
Yeah,
slice your axe through,
shit.
you definitely feel like you're not doing as much because like they're parting around the swarm is parting around your
Uh-huh.
slashing attacks. Um, but yeah, you actually managed to bloody this and like down like half of them in one big swing.
Cool. I'm going to then drink one of these potions that Theo gave me.
Yeah.
Nice.
I could. I won't drink that now. I need the thing now. I would have done it, but I'm being eaten. So,
Oh boy.
okay, it's just a D4. Actually, I have a normal potion. Maybe I'll drink that because I'm sad. So that's 2D4. The
Mhm.
normal potion is 2D4 plus 2.
Yep.
Drink that. Okay.
Nice.
Okay,
Uh,
we're doing okay-ish now.
okay, then it is the gelatinous cube's turn, upon which it will move and its movement is 15 feet.
I have two. Wow. I have two potions of acid resistance on me.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah, I just assumed I could get away from the gelatinous cube and it wouldn't be a problem. Guess I
Oh,
shouldn't have
no.
done it.
Oh man.
Okay, it is going to move. And I'm going to be nice. I'm going to say Mooks is just one square lower because I moved her on my turn. And you are not within distance of the gelatinous cube. Uh, and but it does have reach on its pseudopod attack. So he's going to attack you with that. Uh, and it rolled a 3 on the dice. So does a 7 hit you?
No.
No. Okay. Then it is Argus's turn.
All
Argus,
right.
you are the bats.
Uh, Argus is going to.
Argus, give me a perception check.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
There is a lever on each of the bats.
22.
Uh, as you've been hanging out here, you notice that there's like the bottom of this this meteor that's like adjacent to you is like weirdly on in this weird gravity thing that's going on and like is cracking off into like a big kind of like floating pile of gravel underneath, and you get the sense like it's very loosely held together, but like you going down there would potentially fall to your death if but like there's just weird gravel stuff going on. Gravel. Yeah.
You said gravel like 15 times. So, gra
Is that a
Oh,
clue?
cool.
Something, something, gravel, something, something.
No, that's your bonus action. What are you doing?
Oh, it's gravel. Of course. Because it
two
could be
is
an L instead of an F.
gravel.
Um, let's see. Does shatter break rocks or just creatures?
Uh, objects and creatures. Yeah.
No, no, silly Argus. Paper beats rock, and rock beats scissors, and
Ah,
scissors
ah,
beats
ah.
paper. So just cast paper, and then you'll
Gravel.
beat the rock.
Ah, Polina, you got it.
Grab him.
Gravel.
Okay.
Gravel. I'm writing it in. Okay. Okay, so Argus is going to jump. No. Argus is going to call the how 3D, what is the 3D distance between the cape and the gravel?
Uh, let me do a quick
Like here
out.
it's roughly 30, but then here it's like
I'm gonna say
30,
60 feet.
40-ish, 60 feet.
Yes.
Hmm. All right. Um, Hutar can fly. Yeah. All right. I'm
Go below the dark line on the section cut. You will start falling 60 feet per turn.
below. Okay, yeah, below that's fine. So I'm gonna jump to this rock here. I assume it's. Oh wait, let me look in the other view. Is it jumpable?
Yeah. That's an
Okay.
acrobatics check for sure, though.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, I'm gonna jump to that rock. And a hop, skip, and a doobly doo.
Jump it.
And I'm going to use my inspiration to not fall to my death and roll that again.
Okay.
Um,
An 11.
You jump and like hit the edge and like don't get the full weight of your Luxodon body onto the main edge, but then you realize, wait, I can just stand here because gravity can go sideways. And uh and you're good. Yay.
Oh, so I'm now standing like this is the platform is standing like this.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Uh, I'm just gonna um is the I assume the gravel's too far for me to just like reach into, right?
Correct. Yeah. It's about 10, 15.
I
Oh,
gosh.
also you take a attack from the bats, but they miss with a 9 to hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you
Ah.
would you say that if he had a climb speed, he'd be able to hold on to the rock upside down? I'm asking this because I genuinely bought a bunch of asteroid silk to make a climb potion before I knew anything about this.
Yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
can
Whoa.
I throw something out to you in this moment?
Sure.
I
I'm
have
all
a climb
ears.
potion in my inventory already.
On my way to jumping to this ledge, I just adeptly actually I have mage hand. I'm just gonna mage hand your potion into my mouth.
You do that?
No, I take it back. I
I'll
don't want to
let.
use up
I
my
mean,
I don't want to use the action economy.
I'll throw it to you on my next turn. Just be
Well,
prepped, and I'll throw you the potion.
all right.
Okay.
Okay, then I guess I'll just call a healing word on Mooks. Congratulations, Mooks.
Wait,
You
what am I
How
at
much?
then?
get
I thought that I was. Mm,
6 healing. Congratulations.
wait. Do I need it though? Because I thought the gelatinous cube couldn't reach me. So,
You're
But
at
weren't you
9
like
health.
bloodied before?
Yeah.
oh,
You should be
I
at 9 health. Yeah.
I see. Oh, we're jumping in time. Okay.
Yeah, I said you were at full health because in that moment you were at full. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That
Uh-huh.
makes sense.
Um,
All right.
Thank you.
So you healed
I'm
6 and
15 now.
I am prepping to uh
Wait, what about the temporary hit points? The three temporary. You guys took it away, right?
go down.
yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
you'll use that for the turn. You'll get them
Yeah.
back on your
Cool.
next turn.
That's my turn.
Okay. Um,
You.
oh, then it is the Iniko's turn.
Okay.
Iniko, you see this fishy above looking real scared of these bat boys.
Okay. I don't think I'm super great at navigating in the floaty ether, but that appears to be what needs to happen. So
Well, what is your
you,
intention once you get there? Like, you could healing range stuff if you have that. I don't know if you have that, but
I,
Would your cloak help you navigate the
well,
void?
it's not my cloak. I can't command it. That's Argus.
mhm. The cloak just hovers.
Well,
So,
the cloak was given the task of helping Iniko get to the fish.
yeah.
But it,
The cloak would help you athletics check into the void, but yeah,
yeah,
it wouldn't follow you. But
It can boost you.
yeah, you also probably don't want to go too fast because you could hit the outer etch bubble thing.
yeah. I mean, like um, here. I have some spells I could do to kind of like defend the fish if I can get up there to it. But do people feel like they need healing more in this moment?
You should
Uh,
defend the fish.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm doing an athletics check, we're gonna say, to
Okay.
get up into the void. And am I doing it at advantage because of the cloak?
Yes.
Okay.
So you roll it, and then either that's how far you want to, that's the max speed you can jump at. So you can go 10 uh feet or 5 feet, I'll say.
We'll go 10.
Um, okay, 10 will mean you're gonna go 10 every turn until you yeah, stop. So you're here, and now you're drifting. So as you're drifting, Ethan, do you want to explain it? On your
Sure. So basically, as your movement on your turn, you can drift.
well, no, you will automatically Drift
You
10.
can as you're moving on your turn, you can change your drift
But I'm
by
moving
an
anyway.
amount. Yes, you at the start of your turn, you drift equal to your current drift.
Okay.
Which if it's 10, you'll move 10 at the start of each of your turns. As your movement, you can change your drift to go up to your terminal drift.
Uh-huh.
And you can change it based off of, which is by a certain amount based off of your charisma. So I believe it is
Yeah,
10. You can change it 10 plus 5 times your charisma mod.
Okay. Zach,
yeah.
would I have done some drifting before working on the ships and stuff?
Um, maybe like one time.
Okay.
I don't think they would have
I,
let people like you like go out into the void, to be honest. Um,
yeah, that makes sense.
yeah.
We're gonna say it's maybe happened once, so it's not like a completely new experience, but I'm still like spread legs, like when you're trying to put a cat in a bathtub.
Yeah.
A little freaked out.
Did
Cool.
you make sure you took a big breath first?
Yeah.
There's air here.
There's
Not in the void.
there is
There's air
air
here.
in this version of
Oh, I take it back.
um cool.
In
Yeah,
it.
you see this guppy that is like somehow able to move like a normal fish swimming through water in the void. Like sees you trying to go in a direction towards where it is right now and is about to have its turn. Um, and it's going to like just move to the other corner, but still be like a away from the bat boys.
Okay.
Um, yeah. You could take an animal handling check or other things to try and, you know.
I am gonna take an animal handling check to try
Okay,
to
you
get
want to do that
like
right now as a bonus action? You could do that.
yeah.
Okay. That's why it moved away because it was scared of your cat.
Oh,
It's
Um,
like literally
cool.
the same size as me. Its mouth is probably bigger based on the scale
but
of
you're
a
a cat.
fish mouth to
You are a
body.
cat.
Yeah, but like
Hmm.
It has the brain of a
point,
guppy.
it can put my whole head in its mouth.
Hey, mooses
Oh
are
my
afraid of
God.
dogs.
It
Oh,
is to
People
10.
are afraid of mice.
Yes.
Yeah, elephants are afraid of mice.
oh yeah, I heard.
Okay.
And you
Then
know
we
what they
go.
say about elephants.
Then we go to the gallant golem. I assume that's the end of your turn. Sorry, Millie. Did you want to do anything else? I think you took.
No, that's fine. Just keep an eye on the time. It is past
Yeah, we
2.
just have one person's turn left, which is this gallant golem guy who is going to establish a better grapple over Tad's corpse, which doesn't require a check, and then is going to take one of its hands, like extend it outright, and the inside of its like uh shoulder like flips out and like covers its arm, and this like giant um like basically crackling cannon of like of uh jade kind of damaging stuff like appears like this little circle, and it's gonna like rev up and shoot at at just the one closest, which is uh we'll say no we'll say we'll shoot at saves here, um and you see this like thunderous amount of damage goes off. Luckily it lines up with like when the crowd is cheering, and it's going to yeah, it's gonna deal save some damage, but uh knock him like here. Uh, as he's knocked back to 5 feet and takes 2d4 plus 4 damage. And then Theos is gonna be like, "What the fuck, Gallant? That corpse you got there is a bounty." And you see he like pulls out uh the bounty paper, and um the gallant golem like turns its eyes like directly on it. And Um, uh, and then like holds the corpse of Tad and like its thunderous arm over him, and it's not sure exactly what's gonna happen next. But definitely seems a little convinced by that. Um, cool.
So did it sorry, how much damage did it do to save?
I'm rolling over now. Wow, that's 2 1s on the dice. Uh,
Damn.
that's 6 damage. Okay, cool. Um, dope. Okay, then it is to the top of the initiative order, and we will probably come back there. So, as we kind of re end this session in the middle of a combat that's in the middle of time and space and gravity and its investigation and escort and combat. Uh, Let us end with a little recap of what's happening right now. Well, in the future, uh, let's do it through the. Well, I guess the Raconteur doesn't know about the other stuff, but that we have a gallant golem there, like putting two and two together that this Tad guy is on a poster, with his limp, already kind of defeated corpse there, but that is actively rolling death saves at initiative 7, and um that and then we have three wizardly adventurers, one of which is extremely wounded from being gangbanged by Arizo and Theo. Uh, and then we have that scuffle happening, and seemingly growing louder as thunderous damage is occurring from the Gallant Golem, while the crowd cheers as outside the portcullis, the Raconteur is announcing, and it looks like the bats are coming in, hot. Uh, uh, Thanks again to uh, what is what would it be like? Vorpal Company Industries for these bats, and then uh
You mean
and
Raytheon?
and yes, and so it looks like our adventures are at least working on tier one, and maybe tier two is in the future. Um, and uh, yeah, and the kitty cat takes to the skies, uh, uh, and all of this as the combat ensues. Looks like they really stepped into that one. The gelatinous cube, such a rookie mistake, and uh.
Hey, they pulled the lever. I don't know what this guy. This is very biased commentary. They pulled the lever.
Yeah.
Like
Cool.
that's the goal, right? It's like
And in the past, we have some other things to recap, as Iniko has uh right? Wait. Oh my gosh. Yes. Iniko has fully slept. Uh right? Who else has slept? Arizo, no. Uh Gar Gary has slept, uh
Gary slept twice, and then I was
and
on my first sleep the last time.
Arizo and Hutar? No.
I
Polina?
I have not started sleeping yet.
And who
Yeah,
else? Oh, Tyler.
that's because Hutar's running.
I've been
Arizo
Now,
and
running for 6 hours.
Arizo and Tyler have done slept did once. Okay. And it is currently initiative uh round 3, flashback 4. Is that right? Yes. 4 out of 7. Uh Coming up. Okay. Just typing that in for myself. And over the course of that, we've had 3 minor healing potions created. We've had some scavenger hunt investigations. We've had some going out and gaining resources and buying some stuff. We've had a little cloaky thing made. Um,
We've had a
and we
little
had some
cloaky
info
thing made.
gained on Boomer Bust. And yeah, cool. Um, so with that all said and done, we will be bringing this session to a close, but never fear! For next time, we'll have more flashbacks, more combat, more escorting, which we hadn't really gotten to yet, and probably will soon become very important. And more investigation. Uh, so with no further ado, uh, Beyond Bilica bids you good night. Dun dun.
Good night, beyond
Adieu.
the.
Adieu. Yeah.
And recording has stopped.
Just a sec.